रोटी ज्यादा चाहिए। Able to see the screen? Able to see screen? Oh, sorry. Okay, you can take your book. No one. Keep your book. No, just book itself. 2.56. Okay, so we'll finish fast. Maybe in 10 minutes we'll finish second chapter.
If we're going to have that,
Okay, so it's very heavy loaded verses, so very important. So now we started 54th and 55 is done. 56. You can repeat after me. Dukheshu anudvigmana. Sukheshu vigataspraha. Vitaraga bhaya krodha. Satadhir muniruchyate. Read the translation, please.
One who is not disturbed in mind, even in the midst of threefold miseries, or elated when there is happiness, and who is free from attachment, fear, and anger, is called the stage of steady mind.
So you see previously, the question was asked that how a person who is sthita prajna, one who is self-realized, how does he act, how does he talk, how does he walk? That's what he asked. And then Prabhupada starts explaining about, Krishna starts explaining about the symptom of a person who is sthita prajna, who is self-realized. So what is his symptoms? So how does he sit? That first is going to explain. So that is going to come in the 58th verse. But before that, Prabhupada is also explaining about how the Sthita Prajna devotee is free from any kind of material desire. First he talks about that, correct? No? That he's saying mental concoction, whatever desire comes, he doesn't worry about that. And in this verse, he's talking about how amidst the threefold miseries also, he is not affected. He's not disturbed. When this happens, he's not disturbed. And he's free from attachment, fear, and anger. And there's a person is a stage of steady mind. So that's what he describes. Okay. So you can see in this verse, he's talking about there are different kinds of muni. So there are different kinds of muni, but Sthita Muni means one who has taken shelter of the Lord. This is Sthita Muni. So muni means generally those who can agitate their mind by various ways, by speculation. So we are not trying to be muni to speculate and agitate our mind in so many ways, but not coming to conclusion. Sthita Muni is one who takes shelter of the Lord, takes shelter of the disciple succession, and then he comes to the conclusion of the revealed scriptures. He gets a conclusive understanding. That's called Isthita Dhira. Means he has become fixed in knowledge, and he's become sober. So this Muni is not like the Muni who is agitating his mind with varieties of speculations. So you find many Munis, they come together and they fight. But a pure devotee of the Lord is not interested in fighting. He doesn't waste his time. Like when Rupa Narayan, he came, Devida Pandit, to ask that, okay, give me the certificate that I have defeated you. Rupa Goswami said, first he asked for debate. He said, I don't have time. I have my devotions to do. Then he said, okay, then you write down that you are defeated by me. He said, okay, I'll sign. No problem. So he signed. And then he was telling to everybody, say, I have defeated Rupa Goswami. And then Jiva Goswami, his disciple, he saw. He's talking about my guru like this. And he said, I will defeat you. And he defeated him. And then he, was so much shocked. And then Jiva Goswami, when Rupa Goswami heard Jiva Goswami defeated, he chastised him. Why did you waste your time? And actually, he did it just to protect the fame of his guru. He had a good intention. But Rupa Goswami Pad was just teaching through him. Internally, he was happy. Externally, he was becoming angry. And he said, you're not fit to be in Vrindavan because you have pride. Why you're debating with him? And then he sent him out of Vrindavan. It was an external. But internally, he was happy. Because actually, and he did the right thing because he was defending his guru. He was defending his teaching. But the point is that we are not interested in debates because we don't want to waste our time. If somebody is having questions and somebody wants to know, eager, then we can answer them and we can help them. We have all time for that. But if somebody is only coming for the sake of debate, a scholarly way, and have his own speculations and wants to speculate in different ways, that's not our business. We want to get the conclusive understanding by taking shelter of bona fide spiritual master, and that way have full conclusive understanding about the revealed scripture, conclusive understanding about the absolute truth. And that's how we become Sthita Dhir Muni. Okay. So, like that it says. Yeah, Sthita Dhir Muni is always, Sthita Dhir Muni is always in Krishna consciousness, for he has exhausted all his business of creative speculation. He is called Prashant Nihesha Manorathantara. When he surpassed the stage of mental speculation, has come to the conclusion that Sri Krishna or Vasudeva is everything. That is, he is Sthita Dhir Muni. Clear? We'll go to next. Ya sarvatra nibhastapapya shubha shubham. Ya sarvatra nabhisheshnahas. Go ahead. Ya sarvatra nabhishnehas. Tat tat prapya shubha shubham. Nabhinandati nadvesti. Tasya prajna pratisthita. Yes, one of you can read the translation.
In the material world, one is unaffected by whatever good or
Who read the first one?
I.
Second, we can. Somebody else can. Niklesh can read. Niklesh.
In the material world, one who is unaffected by whatever good or evil, he may obtain neither praising it nor
Despising.
despising it. Is firmly fixated in perfect knowledge.
Yeah. So he says that one who is not affected by this good and evil. So the person who is free from any kind of material desires, and he is also having conclusive understanding of the absolute truth, Sthita Dhir Muni. Such kind of person will not be affected by whatever good or evil he may undergo in this life. You understand this one? No? So he will remain fixed in perfect knowledge, and he will not have this kind of praising or despising. Why? Why is like that? Somebody who is in complete knowledge will not be affected by good or evil, praise or dispraise. Why? What do you think? Got.
Because they're so engaged in Krishna consciousness, that's what you think about.
Yeah. So Shashank, your name is Shashank, no? Sorry, Tejas. Tejas, we are doing Gita reading. You have time, you can attend. We can be part of it if you want. We are doing it till 6. Next weekend, I'm not there. If you have some time, you can. It's up to you. If you're free, no worry. It's good. It's good discussion going on. It's going on third chapter, second chapter right now. Okay. But we don't have the devotees. Gita should be read with devotees. Then it becomes very interesting. Anyway, so yeah, so I was saying, yeah, so correct. So somebody who is in knowledge, then he understands that there is no worth in becoming, hankering for the praises in this world, or lamenting about something, somebody insults you or like that. Because you understand, this is not my eternal position. So it's a very temporary situation. Like suppose somebody says you are a beggar. But even your being a beggar also is a temporary situation. You're not going to be a beggar eternally. Correct? So somebody may praise you for something that is also not yours. Somebody may despise you for something. For what is the meaning of despising? Huh?
You were so bad at this.
Despise.
Being mean to somebody. Yeah.
Being mean to somebody, yeah. So whether you some praises or demean you, no? But your situation, is not going to remain the same. Like for example, today, let's say you're a peon in a company and your boss is coming and despising you, let's say. But tomorrow he may become peon and you may become the king of world. Possible. So that situation is very temporary. So none of our situations are actually real situations of our life. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So got this point, no?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like, not like those do.
So it says there is always some upheaval in the material world, maybe good or evil. One who is not agitated by such material upheavals, who is unaffected by good and evil, is to be understood to be fixed in Krishna consciousness. Our mind also will be up and down sometimes. Sometimes mind may give bad thoughts, sometimes mind may give good thoughts. Don't be affected. Just remain fixed in your duties of Krishna consciousness. Don't get too overwhelmed. I'm getting such crazy thoughts. Don't worry about it. Just be fixed in your duty of Krishna consciousness. Just keep engaging in chanting, reading, doing services. Keep doing it. Don't get too disturbed. And if mind is saying that, oh, you have become pure duty, I'm getting thoughts of Krishna, I'm just dreaming about Krishna, I can't stop it. Don't start putting in the Instagram and Facebook and everything. I'm getting dreams of Krishna and everything, so I've become a great devotee. Don't even think about it. You just remain a devotee. Keep serving, keep chanting, keep doing a devotional service. Wonderful. So don't get affected. One who is not agitated by such a material affairs. So he says, one should not be disturbed by the disturbances. Repeat after this. One should not be disturbed by the disturbances. The disturbances, can you avoid? No. But you getting disturbed by the disturbances, that is in your hand. Can you avoid disturbances? No. Like a person may come here and may do some kind of disturbance. You can even affect it. You are going in the walk, suddenly rains may disturb you. So much rain comes. You can even undisturb. Put an umbrella, you remain undisturbed. Correct, no? So we cannot change the course of life much, but we can change our response. So we can remain undisturbed in disturbing situation. But this is only possible when we are in Krishna consciousness.
So I just have to like avoid it.
That's a very good example, actually. So you should not focus on externals. If you are Krishna conscious, then you will not focus. You'll see the substance. Oh, but Poj is giving that Gita, that will be focusing. So he says, so as long as one is in the material world, there is always a possibility of good and evil. There's always some possibility like that. Because this world is full of duality. But one who is fixed in Krishna consciousness is not affected by good and evil because he is simply concerned with Krishna, who is all absolute good. Such consciousness is called, situates one in perfect transcendent position called technically samadhi. Okay, let's go further. Sada samharate chayam. Are we in time? Gopal, keep track of time.
Already 2:04.
No. Per minute, 4 minutes per verse.
Yeah.
4 minutes per verse. Yada sanharate chayam. Kurmo angani vasarvashaha. Indriyani indriyarthebhyas. Tasya prajna patisthita. Yes. Scott.
Traffic.
One who is able to withdraw his senses from sense objects as a tortoise draws its limbs from within its shell. It's firmly fixed in perfect consciousness.
So you have seen tortoise, any one of you?
Huh?
Have you seen tortoise?
Yeah.
Turtle? How the turtle is like?
Small.
Oh,
What is the characteristic of a turtle?
I have to show you a picture of the turtle from my Instagram.
No, but what is the
Characteristics.
characteristic of a turtle?
It's shell, if you go in and out, if it's swimming times, it's got a snapping mouth sometimes.
Yes. So I'm going to show you this video. Acha, you cannot see. No?
You can cut
Okay, you can try.
the picture in there. That was like 2019. I found a turtle in the backyard. House.
It is you?
Yeah, it's me.
And there are two brothers, huh?
Yeah, if you scroll to the right, it's a picture.
Good.
Yeah, but some turtles are big, some are small. So those are
It's like,
very.
it's like a background to it. The background.
Some can be of our girl's chest, some can be the size of like my face, some can be the size of hand.
Some can be the tiny little big bird. And get up over it and then
You got it? Okay. So I'm showing you the video. got stuck.
That way, now we're not going to.
I don't know, it got stuck.
Oh, you should not be wrong with it. Don't use a laptop, use a MacBook. Same time, save it.
Now you can see. Robert, can you see? No.
Keep signing. Okay, let me.
Yeah, it's saying tortoise, everything, something.
Oh wait, that's
The,
actually.
See this.
tortoise.
Oh, not this.
Yeah, papa. Other video.
Not too sure what to make of this. This is quite cool. I've never seen a lion play with a tortoise before.
See, Gopal.
So this-
What did you understand from this? Let's see.
Cage, shelter, and Krishna books.
So let us read, then we'll so read this one who is. You read it? Who read it? You read it? You read it already?
Read it again.
Hmm.
One who is able to withdraw his senses from sense objects like the tortoise while its limbs within the shell, it's firmly fixed in perfect consciousness.
So you can see how the turtle was able to withdraw his senses. And no matter how much it was trying hard, couldn't penetrate. The same way, a devotee of the Lord or the person who is to the pragya, he withdraws his senses. So how does he sit? That means how does he manage his senses? So how he manages his senses? He completely withdraws it. It's a very unfavorable situation. He withdraws. He doesn't give it anything to that. That's how it is. So he's saying, read the purport.
The test of a yogi, devotee, or self-realized soul is that he is able to control the sense of in the way. Most people, however, are servants of the senses and thus directed by the completion of the senses. That is the answer to the question as to how the yogi is situated. The senses are prepared to be venomous serpents. They want to act very loosely and without restriction. The yogi or the devotee must be very strong to control the serpents like snake, armor. He never allows them to act independently. There are many injunctions in the revealed scriptures. Some of them are do nots, some of them are do's. Unless one is able to follow the do and do nots, restricting oneself from sense enjoyment is not possible. To be thoroughly fixed in each consciousness. The best example set herein is tortoise. Tortoise can at any moment can wind up its senses and exhibit them at any time and within their purposes. Similarly, the senses of the Krishna conscious persons are used only for some particular purpose in the service of the Lord and are withdrawn otherwise.
Yeah, correct. So you got this point that senses of the Krishna consciousness is only used for Krishna's service. So this is a theme we are going to discuss. This verse is talking about. Oh, you came?
Something like postpones.
Oh, great. That's nice. You can see that the senses of a Krishna conscious man, he does not engages them if there is unfavorable situation. And he only keeps it reserved for service of Lord. This is how his determination is. So what he's saying, so the first verse he's talking about. So we are having this Gita discussion, sir. We are having the Gita discussion. If you wish to hear, you can hear. It's very interesting section going on. It's about how do we have control our mind and senses. Very nicely explained. So if you want to participate, you can participate for some time. Yep. Maybe like 5-6 hours, little bit. For us, little bit like 5-6 hours. We mean little bit is 5 to 6 hours. Maybe like, I think 2 hours. Oh, that's nice. That's great. Half an hour, I never expected. So, Robert, you can put your video on also. Robert. You see what he's saying here. Snake charmer is giving the example. Correct? No, not sorry. No.
Yeah, no, it is a snake charmer.
Sorry.
It is a snake charmer.
Correct? No?
15 minutes per row.
Just 1 second. Yeah. So he does not allow them, right? So the point is, the senses of Krishna, the senses, similarly, the senses of the Krishna conscious person are used only for some particular purpose in the service of the Lord and are withdrawn otherwise. Have you seen in India, basically, when you go inside temple, then there is a turtle. You've seen?
Yeah.
On the door. How many have you seen? Observed? You have not observed?
At
You have been observed?
the entrance, right?
At the entrance, you'll find tortoise. You observe? In temples. You observe? You've seen? Yeah. So why does tortoise is there? What it signifies? You know why? What it signifies? You know what it signifies?
I think it's one of the gods form, I'm not sure.
Kurma avatar, but that's not Kurma avatar. Nobody worships that. So it is not God's form. Otherwise, they will not keep it at the door. People are just walking by.
It has perfect consciousness. It's of the shell and how it moves.
Yeah, it signifies. It doesn't have, but it signifies what? When you come inside the temple, then you should give your senses to the Lord. But when you go out, withdraw. Don't engage so much outside world. So when you come to temple, then engage your senses. Like you came to temple now. So instead of hearing any mundane thing, you're hearing about Krishna. Instead of seeing any kind of other stuff, sightseeing here and there, you're seeing the darshan of the Lord and devotees. Instead of speaking anything about which is not related to God, you're speaking everything here related to God only. So that's why you can engage your senses here nicely when you're in the temple. But when you go out, then you should not talk vulgar thing. We should not hear anything which is not good for us. We should not say something which is going to detriment our consciousness, detrimental for our consciousness. So that means when you go out, then you should withdraw your senses and only engage when it is required for serving Krishna. So that is how tortoise is teaching us. It's a very good example, tortoise. It withdraws unfavorable situation and it spreads out when there is some favorable situation, like that. Clear, no? So this is tortoise formula. What is formula? Tortoise formula. But the point is that he's talking about you withdraw the senses when some unfavorable situation is there. But is it, it's not always possible for us to isolate ourselves always, correct? Now, because when you're going outside, while you're working, you're studying, we are, in the company, whatever. So then you'll have to also sometimes deal with things, situations and all, correct? No? So this verse is talking about one should create a barrier. One should create a barrier because sometimes it may not be always possible for you to completely withdraw, but what you can do, you can create a barrier from the temptations. What the meaning of barrier? Let's say you have a mobile and you are having weakness to just keep seeing the Instagram and Facebook and so many things like that, and some kind of adult content also. Sometimes somebody may get carried away. So then what one can do? One can put a parental control, or one can have only specific time, and that time also in presence of another parent or somebody like that. He's accountable and have a parental control also. Limited time and there also parental control. So then you have only access to some particular sites. That's all. So you have created a barrier. Correct? You understand? So whatever is a temptation, create a barrier. Let's say you're sitting for chanting, but while chanting, you have a habit of scrolling the mobile. Create a barrier. Don't keep the mobile with you. Keep the mobile in the locker room and lock it. So even if there's ting, you are tempted to see otherwise. So then you keep it in the locker and put it in silent mode. Then out of sight, out of mind. So create a barrier, basically. You understand? No? So in this world, when we are living, so we may have to deal, but use your intelligence to create a barrier for whatever is distracting, whatever is temptations, whatever is the temptations. You getting this, no? Like our eyes, we have the lids. Why God has given lids also? One of the reasons is that if something unfavorable, close your eyes. You don't have to see. You can keep your shutter down. Something unfavorable, keep the shutter down. Like in my company once, I would not watch movies. I gave up because I became a devotee. But they forcefully called, that we all have to come and have a movie. They took it to the theater. And then I was giving the reasons, but they did not accept. They said, no, you have been always giving the reasons, you have to come. Then I called my counselor, mentor. Then he told, okay, manage it somehow. Then I did what, I just went and closed my eyes. And then I kept some earphone and heard some Prabhupada Kirtan or something. I don't know, something I was trying. So I engaged my ear in certain ways and I closed my eyes. So I did not have to see. You understand? It's because shutter is there. Now they cannot say that, they will not observe me. So I have a shutter. I can keep the shutter off. So we have that ability to shut our senses when it is not useful, because there is no other things to be done, right? So then I can just keep hearing something, some kirtan or whatever it is. And because the sound can also distract, So I kept my ears also engaged. You're getting like that. So it is that way we can save ourselves. Like that. Like once when I was in my school, now in the college, so that time some of the students, many of them, they would watch these blue films and all, you know that, right? Blue films and all those things are there. So then they're like pornography kind of situation. So then they were, they called all this, young fellows, like they're in first year. And then they told, they wanted us all to see. So some of the fellows would see also. So, and then somebody told, this person, me, that time, whatever my name was, that he doesn't see all this. Something like that. Or whatever. I don't know somehow, but then they told me that you go and you have to put on the button, like that they were saying, like that. So they kind of putting me on a spot and trying to do that, something like that. So then I just kept my eyes closed and I just kept my head down. And they purposefully took my hand like this and something to press somebody on. And then I was sitting there and I just closed my eyes. I did not open. And then after some time, somebody from behind, I don't know whether purposefully he just wanted to divert. He said, hey, he also keeps watching Lord. Don't worry, you come back. I think maybe Krishna inspired somebody to just save me from that situation. So I don't know why he spoke like that, but he said. And then I came back. Then somebody, because he told, no, come back, come back, come back. So I had a reason. So I just went back. And then there should not be any sound also. Then I kept my ears also closed. Because they were all busy with it. Like, because there should not be sound also. It should not condemn. So I just close this or close that also. And when the entire thing was whatever, when they had to go, then I also went up in the terrace, and then they were beating us. They were doing this kind of thing they would do. But I had the choice. I could just shut off my eyes and ears. Then, oh, correct, no? I can do it. So that was in my hand. So this is one way you can protect yourself from unfavorable situation. But is it possible every time? In the sense that how long you have to have positive engagement also. You understand? No? So for me, positive engagement was that, okay, then there was a student center where devotees were doing chanting, reading, and all. So I had there, I can express myself. So you cannot live life like that all throughout your life, correct? You need positive engagement also. But we have to use this faculty. We have to know this formula that sometimes we have to really withdraw. It's not like everywhere, wherever you go, you have to just look at everything, see, take in everything. No, you don't have to. We have to be really mindful. What we are taking in, we have to be mindful. We cannot just take in anything, because when you're taking in, you're taking the infection also along with that. Correct? No? It's not proper. So I'm just telling you one positive example that how I could help myself. But sometimes we are not so attentive, then we hurt ourselves. So we should be very careful that we don't hurt ourselves like that, because that will unnecessarily disturb our devotional service. So especially with the gadgets, we have to be extremely careful. See, sometimes very innocent people also have gone deviated just by this use of techie things. Because suddenly some pop-up comes, and then you get into that, and there is some wrong thing going on. And once you contaminate yourself now, it's like you can go on in that direction. It's very, very dangerous like that. So you have to be very careful. Same way nowadays, you see there are a lot of free mixing between boys and girls. You observe, there's so much free mixing. So in the beginning, till there is some cultural respect, some distance, it may be okay. But when that too much freedom is exercised, and one gets into some kind of irreligious way, acting certain ways. So then once somebody gets into it, it becomes so difficult to come out of it. Then person will hide from his parents and things like that. And I've seen in the US, it has happened. And then suddenly they say, want to get to marry that fellow. And parents are surprised, what is this? And sometimes there is a lot of upheaval and all that, right? So a lot of troubles. So these things are actually, because of not being careful of creating the barrier. So you have to always create some healthy boundaries. Like you have kids, so you have to have some healthy boundaries, train them that way. Same way, boys also, you have to have healthy boundaries like that. In everything, to healthy boundaries like that. So yes, for business thing, for some kind of project or assignment, we may have to sometimes deal. That's okay, but there has to be boundary. But boundary is for some purpose. You cannot have a boundary without any purpose, because nobody know sometimes in our constellation, nobody is educated. What is the purpose of life? So we have a purpose that we won't want to, we don't want to we want to preserve our purity. We don't want to lose our purity, because when we have that energy, the purity, then we can use it for Krishna's service. When we can engage ourselves in Krishna's service. Correct? But if you spoil yourself, if you contaminate your mind, then your interest for God will be there, or it will lose. It will go down actually. Correct? If you start, even you want to read Bhagavad Gita and all, you will not find interest there, because you have spoiled your mind. Correct? Imagine somebody is freely mixing, and doing all nonsense and all that. And he wants to then, read Gita. It will be very difficult for him. Because when he wants to read Gita, he'll get nonsense thoughts on it. Very, very difficult. Same way he wants to chant and remember the Lord, it will be difficult for him. And then he wants to, again, he'll go for those wrong things. That's why barrier is required. Tortoise formula. So it's called, we have to create a safe zone for ourselves. Safe zone means what? Stay in an environment which is conducive for your spiritual growth. That's very, very vital. So first of all, we have to have purpose. Purpose of life is to actually make advancement in our God consciousness. We want to become more about God conscious. For that, we have to safe zone, which allows us to remain away from temptations, and we can have practice of cultivation of Krishna consciousness. And second thing is, if suppose we are out, now it may not be in our control, everything is as per our, then we have to have some barrier. We have to create some barrier by which we don't unnecessarily take in something which is not good for us. And we also can do one thing, even if something unfavorable thing you see, happen to see, because the world is bombarded with so many things, then one should not go second look for there. Like by mistake, accidental, you'll be forgiven and God will protect you also. But let's say you see something unfavorable and then you again want to indulge in that, then it is being not sincere. Right? So then we hurt ourselves. So by mistake also, then we should immediately withdraw. We should not get into their line. You understand? So for that, spiritual alertness is required. Our intelligence has to be very alert. And that's why you need to read Gita. That's why we need to chant, so that we remain our intelligence always remains alert. So intelligence should be like eyelid. If anything, suppose I take my finger and try to do this, what will you do? Like, see, immediately you close your eyes. Why do you close your eyes? See, he also closed eyes. He also closed eyes. He closed eyes. When it came, he closed eyes. Though he was very prepared. He did not. He was doing like this, but still he closed eyes. They closed eyes and from there. He did not. He purposely did not close eyes. Anyways, but the point is that, I mean, we are alert, but our eyes close, right? When something unfavorable. Why? Because it's alert. Anything unfavorable, immediately close eyes. Correct or not? Our intelligence has to be like this. If something unfavorable is coming, immediately should detect, and no, we are not for it.
Half an hour per word.
Yeah, we are half an hour, we will not indulge in that, correct? What is half an hour? Achha, half an hour per verse it happens. Okay. He is my timekeeper. He is keeping the time. Okay. Sorry? Yeah. So you understand this point. So our intelligence has to be very alert. If our intelligence is not alert, then we may allow something unfavorable to get in. So create a barrier. First is create safety. Second thing is, even if you're out, create a barrier. And even if sometimes you don't know, still things come, then intelligence has to be alert. You got this? Yeah. But all these things also will fail at some point. It is not foolproof solution. It may fail. The foolproof solution is that you should lose taste for those things. And that is only possible when you have taste for something higher. So that is the foolproof solution which is coming in the next verse. You can repeat after me. This is 2.60. Really? Vishya vinivartante niraharasya dehinaha rasavarjam rasopyasya param drishtva nivartate. Robert, you can read. Oh, Robert is not there. Okay. Sumit, you can read.
Though the embodied soul may be restricted from sense enjoyment, the taste for sense objects remains. But seizing such engagements by experiencing a higher taste is fixed in consciousness.
You can listen this verse and go. This is very important. Just listen this verse. And then next, and then next, and then next, and then next. But this verse is the solution, real solution. Don't get carried away by your daughters. They're always going to trick you. You will go. But you just listen. No, I know you must be having something done. But this is good verse. You can just listen this and then you can proceed. So what he's talking about, he's saying that the embodied soul may be restricted from sense enjoyment. That means sometimes you are told, okay, don't do that. Don't watch TV. Don't use mobile. Don't get into, this kind of bad friends. So many things can be restrained. Parents may restrain the child, a teacher may restrain the students, like that. Things can happen. But the taste for those sense enjoyment is still there in the mind. The problem is that we have taste for it. That's the problem, correct? No? The real problem is we have taste for those wrong things. That's a real problem. So it says the taste for sense object remains. But ceasing such engagements, you have to stop that engagements. At the same time, you have to develop a higher taste. You have to experience a higher taste. You need to give some alternative higher engagements, which is giving them higher experience, higher taste. Then it is possible for us to really withdraw. You understand? No? Because just forcefully, how much you can do? We have to also experience something higher. So that's why it is important for us to develop taste in Krishna consciousness. So when you chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra, that's why you have to tell your family members to chant Hare Krishna Mantra, to read Bhagavad Gita, to read Srimad Bhagavatam, to have some worship of the Lord. Then what happens? Then you're developing some higher taste. And then that higher experience is there, higher taste is there, then automatically your lower taste will go away. Then saying, okay, no to movie, but no to movies will not work until you have until you have some taste in Srimad Bhagavatam, taste in coming to temple, celebrating festival. Then they will forget the movie. The Prabhupada says, even a young man in Krishna consciousness, he can say no to coffee, tea, dance shows, movies, cinemas. He can say no to that in such a young age also. How it is possible? How? Because he's chanting Hare Krishna, he's reading Gita, he's living a pure lifestyle, he's getting so much of engagements. So like that, when you have higher taste, then you can say no to sense enjoyment, like that. Now the problem is when we are chanting, reading, coming to temple, we don't have so much of higher taste than what we have taste for those things. It's not easy, correct? So the thing is that's why this stage is very strugglesome. That's why we struggle a lot. No? Because we have not yet developed that much higher taste, and those things keeps pulling us also. And we are trying to create barrier and all those things for that purpose only. So what to do? So the thing is we have to seriously commit to develop this higher taste. How to do that? So 3 stages are there. The first is have the higher knowledge. First, we should have higher knowledge. You should know that these things are not going to make me happy, sense enjoyment, and something Krishna consciousness is actually meant for my ultimate benefit. You're not experiencing that higher taste, but we should at least know by chanting Hare Krishna, by reading book, by the devotions of which you get the highest ecstasy. At least you should theoretically know, at least. First thing, so higher knowledge we should have. And then you should have higher commitment, you should have higher purpose. Purpose means what? You should be committed. You should be committed to that, like committed to chanting every day, committed to reading Gita regularly, committed to coming to temple, committed to do some service. So you should have some commitment. That commitment shows your sincerity of purpose to develop that higher taste. Correct? So your sincerity of purpose of developing higher taste is shown by your commitment. So you're committed to do something. So like, are you having commitment to chant every day 1 round of Hare Krishna mantra? You have to see. You have? Yeah, so that's what we have to be committed every day. You're chanting every day 1 round Hare Krishna mantra. Please.
Not every day, we just some days.
What about him? You're not every day? So you have to be committed every day. Where do you stay? Where do you stay?
Okay.
Oh, not so far. You are from Nepal? Yeah. Nepalese? Oh, very good. Nice. So you can join our some home programs. We have like good programs sometimes. So you can join that. So anyway, so I was saying that first we have to have higher knowledge, then higher purpose, means commitment. And when you're committed like that, what will happen? If you keep chanting, if you keep reading Gita, gradually what will happen? You'll develop higher taste also. Slowly you'll develop taste. So it is said that material gratification is like, in the beginning you get a lot of taste. It's like nectar in the beginning, but it becomes poison at the end. You will suffer. You have to suffer a lot. Spiritual life, it looks like poison in the beginning. It looks very incumbensive many times, but not always. There are many wonderful things anyway. But still, sometimes something will look very troublesome. But later, as you develop taste, if you are committed, eventually you'll develop taste. And then, when you have that higher taste, then you can easily say no to the lower taste. You getting this point? This is how we should have sequence. Like first, higher knowledge. We should have. That's why you're reading this. To have the knowledge first, then be committed, and then you can develop. Let's say you are struggling with food, clothing, shelter. You have no money, correct? But somebody say, "Hey, there's a treasure," in front of your, in lawn. Your ancestors have put treasure inside the ground. Somebody has told you. So that's my higher knowledge. You've got the knowledge. But just by having knowledge, can you fulfill your, can you satisfy your hunger, thirst, clothing, and you cannot, because you don't have access to it. But you have the higher knowledge. So you don't have to steal here and there. You can stop that because you know that there is something higher. I don't have to steal now before you are doing maybe. But now you got to know, now I can say no to it. I have something more wonderful to attain, right? So that itself can help us to not go for other immoral ways to work. Then it's not sufficient to just know. You have to do something to get there. So then you start digging it. To start digging is like commitment. A higher purpose. That means you are committed, you are having sincerity in that purpose of getting it. So that means you are digging it. So the Krishna consciousness cultivation is like digging. Every day you are chanting, reading, it's like digging, waiting and like. Now when you are digging, at one point of time only you get the treasure. When Krishna consciousness, you keep getting a treasure as you keep digging. You start getting some experiences, higher experiences. And as you keep digging, then what happens? Suddenly, then you find finally the treasure box. And then when you get the treasure, then you have all the gold and diamonds and silvers and everything. And then you have that access to so much of wealth. Then you are actually can experience. Then you can have so much of, clothes and food and anything what you want. So then that time you have higher taste that way. So this is the process. So if you want, you can leave. But why don't you register for our course?
Also,
Which WhatsApp group? Outside, if you see, there is a Bhakti Yoga Vriksha group. Whichever place is nearer to you, you can join that WhatsApp group. Bhakti Yoga Club, if you see behind. In the notice board, it is. You have to leave?
Yeah.
Oh. When will you come back again?
I mean, I come to pay every day, so.
Oh, really? So I do at BU every Monday. You can come there also. 6:30. So you got the point. You're from where? Which place?
me, just in the wrong area.
You're working or
Student,
where? Which year?
just graduate.
Law school, undergrad,
No,
grad.
congrats.
So now you're working or going? You're still a student.
I graduated, but I'm taking like my license. Yeah. To practice law.
Oh, okay, you're a law.
Yeah.
So it's a process of law.
Yes.
It's easy to get into some firm than engineers,
Yeah, it's different.
but you're born here.
Yes.
So you're citizen, so no issue. At least citizens, we don't have visa problem. Is this clear? Any question in this? Vishavanivartante verse?
Yeah, I have one question. Like,
Yes.
previously you mentioned that in 58 verse, they have given the reason of how does he sit, right?
Correct. So
But-
correct. So here, how does he manage his senses? So he withdraws, but he also develops higher taste. That is the solution. So yukta asita matpara. He also, since his engagements, he also experiences a higher taste in Krishna consciousness.
Yeah, but like, what does it have to do with sitting? Like,
That's what. Sitting is not literally sitting. Sitting means what? How does he manage his senses and sitting? Since sitting signifies, how does he makes his mind and senses engage? So now, how he walks, so there is how he engages, and how he sits means how he withdraws, how he controls. How does he control? Prabhu, are you hearing the content or not?
Yes, sir.
Sure. Tell me, what did I speak?
We were just speaking about how there's a difference between when he's sitting, he's with God, he's putting his senses into sitting, right? And then when he's like, I think you said walking, right? Yeah, when
Yeah.
he's walking.
How is engaging? That
Yeah, he's engaging his legs, his like
in Krishna's service.
Yeah.
Correct. And what is how we can develop the higher taste?
If we engage our senses, if we withdraw our senses, then only engage them in Krishna.
Yeah, withdraw and experiencing the higher taste. And how do, yeah, so how do you develop higher taste? What are the steps?
First,
Step
you
one.
should have knowledge, then purpose, and then.
First knowledge, higher purpose, that is higher commitment, and then you get higher taste. So we're discussing from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2. Yeah, you know about Gita? Okay. So Bhagavad Gita is about law. So it's talking about law of Lord, law of God. So we need to know that. And the verses are like quotes. In law, you have quotes, right? You have to quote, if something, code number, this, you have to. So this is also like that. Yeah. So if you do some issue, something happens with you, and you want to address that issue, then we open that code number, this, as per this, it should be happen like this, like this. So it's very good, important. So every lawyer should study Bhagavad Gita. That's mandate. Yeah. Otherwise, you only know the law of this world, but you don't know the supreme laws. And then you will be miserable. Because as per this law, you might be thinking I'm good. But as per supreme law, you're not good. And this law is only made by man. But the supreme law is made by God. That you cannot escape. This you can be good, but still you are going to get punished. And you may be not rewarded in this law by certain things. But if you are actually following this law and you are rewarded, that is supreme reward. That will come to you. Which people sometimes may not understand in this world. So it's important to know the supreme law. Correct? No? So we are doing till 7 p.m. today. So I request you attend the whole thing. Yeah. You can sit for 5 hours, just 5 more hours. That's good. No?
I have to study for my exam.
Yeah, this is also preparing for exam. Because if you follow the laws nicely, then you can actually get liberation. That's the final exam. Death is the final exam. So we are making you prepare for the exam only. Then you get the license to go back to Godhead, to the spiritual world, kingdom of God. So he's preparing for your exam and getting you license. Okay. So you are there till 8 p.m.
I don't think I.
Okay, till what time you can be? Till 7:30? 7 p.m.? 6 p.m.
3:30. 42.
What about till 5? Till 4:30?
Okay.
Okay, we'll go ahead first. So now the further is coming 60th verse. No? So he says, you can repeat after me. Yatato hi api kaunteya purushasya vipaschitaha indriyani pramathini haranti prasabham manaha. Read the translation.
Senses are so strong.
No, Sumit.
No, did he just read the last
Read it?
one? Yeah. The senses are so strong and convincing, O Arjuna, that they forcibly carry away the mind, even of a man of discrimination, who's endeavoring to kill them.
Yeah. So he's saying that even if somebody is having external endeavor and internal discrimination about right and wrong, even you have internal discrimination and external endeavor, even then the senses are so powerful that it can take away one's senses in the wrong direction. You getting? Like for example, Vishwamitra Muni, he was a great sage. And he had done austerities for many thousands of years, many years, right? But when Menika came, one roaming senses, like his only thing he just heard, his ankle bulls, tin, 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 and then he opened his eyes, and she was so beautiful. She was from heavenly damsel, and he got carried away. You see, so even he had discrimination, and he was endeavoring to control them also. He was doing austerity, but still he got carried away. You see, so the point is that we have to be very alert. We have to be careful. But the thing is that Vishwamitra Muni was not engaged in devotional service. That was one of the things lacking. But Haridas Thakur, he was engaged in devotional service fully. So when prostitute came to allure him, he was not affected. Krishna Nama Vishnu Mana Sada Haridas. He was completely engaged in devotional service. That's why he was not affected. So the point is that if you want to remain unaffected, if you wish to be unaffected, or our senses don't go, then what is required is our serious intention to engage or to satisfy the Supreme Lord, to engage in the service of the Lord. So yogis, jnanis, they don't have that intention to please the Lord, and no action also. So it becomes very challenging for them. But at least we all have a good intention to please the Lord. And what intention takes us, what it does it? That intention to please the Lord makes you eligible to see every sense object as an object to serve the Lord. You understand? In Bhakti Yoga paradigm, you see every object also belonging to the Lord, and it is meant for service of the Lord. That's how you see every object. That's how you can safeguard yourself. When Haridas Thakur, met that prostitute when she came, then he did not see her as some object of enjoyment. He saw her as a poor soul who is suffering in this body of material existence. That's what he saw. And that's why he even told her that you stay here, I'll complete my rounds and I'll satisfy you. And 3 days he did, and 3rd day she became devotee. Correct? But we cannot imitate Haridas Thakur. For us, we have to keep the boundary and go away maybe, because we cannot imitate. But he had that kind of intention because he was a pure devotee. Pure devotee means he has such a strong intention to serve the Lord. He can't see anything as object of enjoyment. Getting this point? So what I'm saying is ultimately Bhakti Yoga will bring you to that platform. It's possible, but Bhakti Yoga only. That is first thing to understand. Second thing is, okay, one more example I wanted to give you. Like Hanumanji. Hanumanji, when he had to search Mother Sita, then he went to Lanka. Lanka, Ravana was with so many women, and they were all not properly, situated. Then what happened, Gopal Prabhu? Hanumanji was observing very Mother Sita, and then he got a thought. Arey, I'm a brahmachari. Is it proper for me to, see all these women and, investigate them, and when they're not so appropriately situated? And then immediately he got a reply in his own mind. He was not having any slight vikara, any slight deviation in his mind. Why? Because he was completely focused in the service of Lord Ram. He had no intention of any kind in terms of enjoyment. So that's why he was completely unaffected. You understand? No? So see, the sense object trouble you only when you keep the desire of enjoyment. If that temperament of enjoyment is not there, the sense object will not be harmful for you. You get this point? The degree we are freed from lust, the sense object will not trouble us. When we have so much of lust, that any sense object immediately will be troubled. What do you think? So it is worth purifying our heart. It is worth purifying our mind by engaging in Krishna consciousness. And what it does, what does the purification means? The purification actually means we are actually trying to come out of the tendency to enjoy to service tendency, service mentality. You can stand also. It's up to you. Whatever works for you. Oh, I have that one, the big one you can take. No, that big one, the big one.
The green.
Yeah. So you got this point. So when that intention is so powerful, so pure devotee means they have such a strong intention, they cannot see any sense object or sense objects. That is one thing, right? So now in the case of those who are not yet that intention, so what one can do is one can be alert. One can be alert and one can continue the path of Bhakti Yoga. One can continue the path of Bhakti Yoga because that Bhakti Yoga is a foolproof path because it is purifying your intention. Now, second thing I also want to tell you, our intention is not good enough. We have to have with the intention our action also. You understand? Like say suppose you hear a wonderful class and you think that, okay, today onwards I am going to read Bhagavad Gita daily. You got that intention and I want to become a pure devotee. Correct? You have intention. You heard the class, you are inspired, you want to do it. You go back to your home, you open your laptop and you think now I'm going to type bhagavadgita.com and I'm going to read Bhagavad Gita. And as soon as you type B, immediately by default comes Bollywood.com. Because till now you have been only watching Bollywood. So it's coming Bollywood.com. Then you think, hey, some long time I did not see, I am missing some. And then you click there, then go on. So you have to be alert and conscious, right? So your intention is not so strong right now. So along with the intention, you have to make your actions also, some committed actions. So you are saying, no, I have committed myself. So I have to type B, then Bollywood.com is showing. Okay, no. H, then he's saying some maybe Bhusawal.com, Bhusawal Bollywood or something. Something which is not, something is showing. But you have to still tolerate it. Then H, then A, G, A, D, G, I, T, A, D, .com. Click. Then open Bhagavad.com. And then you read something, right? And then you feel nice and happy and all. Then you come back. Then again you go, again you want to read, again you type B. Again it shows Bollywood.com only. Because it is so many times you have searched Bollywood.com. That's why again, like this if you keep doing 10, 20, 30, 40 times, then what will happen? When you type B, it will come Bhagavad.com. So it takes some time, to change our intentions also. Our intentions is there, but it has not become so strong. But if you keep that intention that I want to be, a good devotee, I want to be pure devotee, I don't want to, be distracted. They have to have very serious actions also. That means then we will not try to too much just jump into the smartphone, fight for it. What?
You can also, when the suggestion Bollywood comes, you can just delete the suggestion.
Yeah, we can do that, but I'm just giving
Yeah,
an example. We can do it that way. But you understand this point. So our, along with intention, our action should be there. Because even though we have intention to serve Krishna, please Krishna, but we are not that strong pure devotees. So our intention gets sold out, it gets stolen by Maya. When Maya comes, intention goes away. Then we get into that object only. Just I told, we take the money to give it to that person, and then with that intention you take. But then what happens? It goes in our pocket. Intention change on the way sometimes. So that's why we have to be very much committed also. And our action should be very strong also. That's why actionally also we should be having that solid commitment and actions along with intention. But Bhakti Yoga is a foolproof process. That's why the solution is Bhakti Yoga. Hare Krishna. Next verse. So you see, this is the verse. He says, since my mind has been engaged in the service of the lotus feet of the Lord Krishna, I have been enjoying an ever new transcendental humor. You're able to read that? It is after the verse,
Yeah.
after the Sanskrit verse, right?
Yeah.
You're able to read, Scott?
61.
No, 60th verse. In between, there is a meaning.
Since my mind has been engaged in the service of the lotus feet, Lord Krishna, I have been enjoying an ever new transcendental humor. Whenever I think of sex life with a woman, my life
My face.
face at once turns from it, and I spit at the thought.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
So you understand this point? So he's saying, since my mind has been engaged in the service of the lotus, that means in serving the Lord, you are getting so much of pleasure, so much of happiness is there. I am enjoying an ever new transcendental humor. When I ever think of sex life with a woman, then at my face at once turns from it and I spit at the thought. That means he's not having any more taste for it. You getting this point? No? That means he's purified. And that's only possible when you're engaging in devotional service of the Lord. Does it make sense? So service to the Lord gives you that purification. And that's why you're able to have that higher experience. And then you can say no to something which is not good. Then he's saying, a Krishna consciousness is such a transcendently nice thing that automatically material enjoyment becomes distasteful. If it is as if a hungry man had satisfied his hunger by sufficient quantity of nutritious eatables. When you've eaten nutritious eatables, then you are automatically satisfied. Correct, no? Is this point clear to everyone? Clear? This point? Okay, I'm reading again. Since my mind has been engaged in the service of the lotus feet of the Lord Krishna, I have been enjoying an ever new transcendental humor. When I think of sex life with a woman, my face at once turns from it and I spit at the thought because he's experiencing higher taste in Krishna's service. Then this kind of attraction will go away. This kind of lower pleasures can immediately one can say no to it. And then he says, Krishna consciousness is a transcendently nice thing that automatically material enjoyment becomes distasteful. The spirit of material enjoyment becomes distasteful. As if a hungry man had satisfied his hunger by sufficient quantity of nutritious eatables. Like you've eaten nice nutritious eatables, then you don't have any kind of desire for eating something nonsense. It's not possible, it's not there. So he's Yamunacharya saying this. Yamunacharya, great Acharya, because he was a king before. Then he had many queens and all that. So he's saying, but now even if that thought crosses, because he had that experience of enjoying sex life with many women, but then he said now it crosses, he just spits at it, he's saying. So this experience of anybody who's experienced the higher taste in Krishna consciousness. Of course, because he's a man, he's a Yamunacharya, that's for a woman, for their own pleasure. So they can say no. Because they develop distaste for it. Correct? So for a woman, that is for man. For man, is woman. They can develop distaste and they can say no to it. Prabhu, you have to tell your father for. Not now, this is the message. Okay, leave it. He knows, I think. Okay, we'll go to next. So you can say after me, Tani sarvani samyamya yukta asita matparaha vashe yasyendriyani tasya prajna pratisthita. You can give a book to him. That's it. No, don't worry, at least read a verse, so you will get benefited. We are not charging any fees, so you can attend this. See, ideally speaking, you should have been just reading Gita all your life. Instead of law, maybe you could have taken this course on Gita for 4 years. Surely it have not given you any like kind of money, but it have given you the real wealth of devotional service, and that will help you to go back to God, to attain the eternal kingdom of the Lord. So that's the first duty we should do. As we become human beings, our first duty is to understand Gita and Bhagavad. That's the first thing. Then we can study anything else, because then we will use all that for the purpose of attaining our real perfection. You understand? No? So anyway, you may be a little late, but it's not so late. So now you can dedicate your life in reading Gita. That you should do. So read the 61st verse. Read the translation. 61.
Sure.
61. Yeah.
Go ahead.
That the highest conception of yoga perfection.
No, read the translation.
Below it.
Bold letters.
Oh, the one who restrains his senses, keeping them under full control, and fixes his consciousness upon me, is known as a man of steady attention.
So see, restrains his senses and fixes consciousness upon me. He is a person, is a man of steady intelligence. Then he's telling about Durvasa Muni and Ambrish Maharaj. Ambrish Maharaj picked a fight with Durvasa Muni, and Durvasa Muni was a great sage, but he could not control his senses because he was a yogi, he was not a devotee. And he created a demon to kill Ambrish Maharaj, who was a grihastha, who was a householder, as a king, but he was a devotee. He had full control over mind and senses. He did not become angry. This yogi created a demon to kill him, and he was not at all afraid and not at all angry because he was a devotee. Because he was completely fixed in absorption of the Lord. He was unaffected. And why he was angry on him? Because he broke his fast when he was not yet fed the Durvasa Muni. Just because he did not feed him before, and before that he broke his fast. I mean, actually he broke fast, he just took little water and he felt offended. For no reason he became angry. But Ambrish Maharaj was completely peaceful. And then Lord Sudarshan Chakra, it killed the demon to protect the Ambrish Maharaj, and it was chasing after Durvasa Muni. You know this pastime story? You should know, it's in Bhagavatam. You know Bhagavatam? Srimad Bhagavatam? You have not read? Really? You should be knowing Bhagavatam. That is most important thing. Once you've got this human birth, we have to know first Gita and Bhagavatam. Then we should do other things. Never late. You can still read. You can have Bhagavatam full set. It's just 18 books, 18,000 verses. You can read all of them every day. That will be very wonderful. So this story comes there. So there it is said that how Ambrish Maharaj was completely engaging all his senses in Krishna's service. Savayamana Krishna Padara Vindayor Vacham Vaikuntha Gunanuvarne Karo Harer Mandir Marjanad Shoshitim Chakara Satskatkathode Mukundalingalaya Darshane Disho Tadbrityagartha Sparshe Sangha Sangamam Gyanam Chatatpada Saroja Saurabe Srimat Tulsaya Sanam Chatarpite Pado Hare Chitrapadanu Sarpane Shiro Rishikesha Padabhivandane Kamam Chadase Natu Kama Kamyaya Thottama Shtoka Janashrayarati. So he's saying, see how he engaged everything in Krishna's service. That's why he was completely peaceful and happy. So even if you get everything in this world, can you attain peace and happiness? No, you cannot. What do you think if you get in your life, you will become peaceful and happy? Huh? Goal, okay. He is telling kingdom of God. What do you think you get in your life, you'll become peaceful and happy? Lot of money. If you become billionaire, you'll be happy, I think. I think if you have 1,000 clients and from every client you get $1 million and they all become victorious in their cases, then you'll be happy, I think. So what will make you happy and peaceful?
It's probably more individually and also changing the system.
Yeah. But even if you change the system in the world, people's consciousness is not changed. They still have lower taste. You cannot help them. Real help is when you can help them to purify their consciousness. If you can help them to become lover of God, that will create peaceful society. That will create happy society. Because happiness and peace comes not by some external situations. You have to think about it. So you have to go deeper in life. Don't see life in a superficial way. Don't get into the perspective which mundane and ordinary people have taught you. See, from the perspective of Gita, we have to work on a different level. We have to change the mindset of the people. And the mindset is changed. The consciousness is purified. Why? How? When you take shelter of the love, when you connect with God. You have to understand you're not the body, you're soul. And soul has its own original consciousness, pure consciousness. But right now it is contaminated because of so much of bad association. So to rectify the society, first you need to work on internals, not externals. First internals. Change your consciousness. First of all, you have to purify your own heart. Change your consciousness by practicing Krishna consciousness. And then you can help others also to connect to God, engage in devotional service. Then they will also be purified in their consciousness. A person who is purified in consciousness will naturally not be lusty. He'll naturally not be greedy. He'll naturally not be angry. And then the society will naturally become good. Then you don't need so much of law and order. Then all the lawyers can just simply read Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita because no work, no job. Everybody is so happy, peaceful. No culprit, no crime, no problems. All husbands are ideal husbands. All wives are ideal wives. All children are ideal children. All leaders are ideal leaders. No crime, nothing. So you don't have to. So if you are not following this law book, if you're not reading this, if you're not absorbing this subject matter, you're not purifying your heart and conscience. That's why you have to have so many external laws and orders and systems and policies and varieties of things. You're getting? See, why so much of this is there nowadays, security and all that. Why? Because people are becoming more and more dishonest. In Ayodhya, there were no locks. There were no lock shops and there were no locks. Nobody would lock their door. Why? There were no thieves. Can you keep your door unlocked and come here to the temple? Can you do that? Did you lock your door or you just came in? Why did you lock it? But why somebody can come and steal your things? Why did he do that? Yes, uncontrolled mind. They don't have right mind actually. So that's why it's the first duty is to work on internals. Right? Just by learning the law and having law and order externally imposing may work externally, but how much long you can do it? And you can see society is becoming more and more disruptive, no matter how much you put law and order. Why? Because you're not working on internals. You're only superficially trying to patch up, control. You have to control not just outside, you have to control within also. You have to make people learn to control their mind and senses. And that is only possible by taking to Krishna consciousness. So that's why you should read Bhagavad Gita, you should read Bhagavatam, you should not run away. Yeah. No, you can.
Thank you.
You can, but you can carry on with you.
Yes.
You have the book with you?
No, I can get it.
Yeah.
I'm moving this week otherwise.
No. What I'm saying is you can have a small copy, but just keep like little bit touch with that. So it will help you to understand overall, and it is really going to benefit. I mean, I'm just telling in a friendly way. Don't take it don't take it like a push or something. But the point is, if you read a little also, it will have an impact on your mind and consciousness. Because Gita is the words of Krishna, and Krishna's words are is for the benefit of the entire humankind. Yeah. So if you can take little, grasp little, and because you're in that field where you may have to deal with people, if you can just pass on this message, it will benefit people like anything. They just don't want to, study law and just inculcate those laws on them. We also want to see them, they don't even do that crime. That is the first treatment. I mean, that is the main thing we want. The law and order comes like secondary. That has to be there, that we have to study. But at the same time, we have to also know how can people be truly rectified. That is only possible by Krishna consciousness. Because you see here, Durvasa Muni was such a great sage. But because he was not a devotee, he was not engaging his mind and sense in Krishna's service, he became angry like anything that he wanted to kill. But here, King Ambarish Maharaj, he was a king, and he was in household life. But because he was a devotee of the Lord, he had a perfect control over his mind and senses. So that is very beautiful, you see. So you can see the contrast. So if somebody can become a devotee, he automatically can conquer over his vices. And that's a beautiful life. Because life without vices is, and then the society can become so harmonious. Have you been ISKCON before?
Yes.
If you see, ISKCON society is all over them. And sometimes we gather in number like 10,000 people at one place. And the way harmoniously and cooperatively they can be together, it's unimaginable. Many outsiders, when they come, say, how can you people are so united, so cooperative, so harmoniously you can be able to function? 10,000 people at one place. And everybody is just sacrificing, willing to just extend, serve. It's incredible. So this is only possible because their hearts are getting purified and they're developing that attitude to serve. So that's only possible by that. So please can try reading. Can you have Gita copy with you? We can give you one.
No, it's okay. I'm moving some word. It'll be lost in moving. I forget.
No, you can keep in your bag, small copy. You can small, at least take some small books. Very small books. You can just give one small book to her. Just one, carry just one small book as a token of gift from our side.
Thank you.
Can do that. Just give a small book from our side. You're not going to stay in Boston.
I'm moving to a different part of Boston, but I'm moving out of my current.
This is the first time you came.
I've been here a few times before, just like the evening.
Right. But first time you attended any talk.
Yes.
So did you find it relevant to your life?
Yeah, I do. I think some of it's really important just for internal stuff and
Yeah.
also what to think about me.
Correct. So you can just go more deeper, it would be nice. See, he just came 2 months back. He's just exploring Gita. But he found it so interesting. It's life transforming. So it's wonderful. Which book you get? That's good. That's good. Very good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you did not mind. We were just trying to, teach you certain things. Thank you. So now the next verse is coming about Fall Down Sutra. The next verse is Fall Down Sutra. So how one actually falls down if he is not engaging his mind. And see, this both are important. See, to degree it is important to take the medicine. It is also important if you don't take the medicine, what are the consequences? So now think about it. If you're not going to think about Krishna, then what are you going to think about?
Everything else.
Huh?
Everything else.
Everything else. And everything else means mainly sense gratification. If you are thinking of serving Krishna, then you will be thinking of some sense gratification. Like there was one Sukhdev Maharaj in Nellore. So once some boys and group of boys came. And then he told his one devotee, Prabhu, give him some engagement, give him some service. And after some time, you saw these boys are just simply talking, chatting. And Sukhdev Maharaj told, no, what? You did not give them any, sorry, before they came only, he told that, you give them some service. No? And then, then Sukhdev Maharaj, and then he asked, did you give some service? He said, Maharaj, nothing service is there. Everything is okay. There is no service and all that. Then Maharaj did not have time here to do something. Maharaj went to one room, scattered everything here and there, all the pots and cut, everything he made messy. And then he came back. And then at the same time, all the boys arrived. And Maharaj told, hey guys, we have some nice service. You can just arrange this room. Because program was supposed to start at 6 and this was like 5 p.m. They came early. Maharaj told me, and Maharaj had no time and nobody was there. So Maharaj made this thing. I'm just paraphrasing. There must be something else also. Then and then they started cleaning and putting everything up. And then the assistant came and said, Maharaj, why did you do that? We had no actually service. They could have just waited for 1 hour. Why did you make this whole thing messy? Then he said, see, they're young boys. They would have just come and simply talked about women. And all talked about movie songs and women and all this stuff only. Because if you keep them idle, they're going to just do that stuff only. So if you give them some service, some Krishna conscious engagements, then they will be engaged and they will avoid all kind of dirty thoughts, dirty talks. Correct? You understand? So it's very important for us to know if I'm not engaging in Krishna consciousness, if I'm not thinking of Krishna, what is the danger of not thinking of Krishna? Then you'll be thinking of Maya. And what is the danger of thinking of Maya? We go down. Yeah, we go down. So this is a Fall Down Sutra. So you can repeat after me. Dhyayato Vishayan Pumsaha Sangasteshu Pajayate Sangat Sanjayate Kamaha Kamat Krodho Vijayate Krodhat Bhavati Sammoha Sammohat Spati Vibhramaha Tibramsa Buddhinasho Buddhinashat Pranashyati. In 61st verse, you can just also read a little bit what he says. Unless one is Krishna conscious, it is not possible to control the senses. Correct, no? So we can control the senses only by becoming Krishna conscious. That's the only way we can. 61 verse, the second line I was reading. Unless one is in Krishna consciousness, it is not possible to control senses. Okay? And then he's talking about how Amrish Maharaj used his senses, his mind in thinking of Krishna, his hand in cleansing the temple, his ears in hearing the pastime of the Lord, his eyes in seeing the form of the Lord, his body in touching the body of the devotee, his nostrils in smelling the fragrance of the flowers offered to the lotus feet of the Lord, his tongue is tasting the tulsi leaves offered to him, his legs in traveling to the holy places, and his head in offering obeisance to the Lord. Correct? You read it? So Amrish Maharaj used all his senses in Krishna's service. That's how he was Matpara devotee. And Matpara means what? All these qualifications made him Matpara and fulfilling the desires of the Lord. Matpara is described in Mahaprabhu. So he's saying the senses are completely controlled only by the strength of devotional service to Krishna. Fire is sometimes the fire, as a blazing fire burns everything within a room. Lord Vishnu in the heart of a yogi burns up all kinds of impurities. Anyway, so while contemplating the object of the senses, a person develops attachment for them. Okay, and then from attachment, lust develops, and from lust, anger arises. So where is that whiteboard? See, is the fall down sutra. How many of you want to fall down? You should know this. How many of you don't want to fall down? So we should know how it leads to, so that we are aware, right? So what is saying? Dhyayato. Dhyayato means contemplation. Contemplation. Okay, where is the marker? More marker. Yeah. So contemplation, and then what contemplation is? So contemplation is like passing attention. I'm writing the emotion. Okay, contemplation is like passing attention. I'm just writing the associated emotion, passing attention. And then contemplation after that. If you're not alert at this stage, some passing attention, like say some pretty girl moving, and then you again second time look back, third time look back. Then it's like you're contemplating, you're going further. You're getting, or you're thinking about it more and more. So then it doesn't remain there. Then what happens? It becomes further. What is the attachment? It develops attachment. Okay. So contemplation leads to attachment. So attachment means what? What is the emotion here? I like it. You become attached. I like it. I like to talk to her, or I like to meet her. Attachment. Right? Or I like that movie, or I want to see that again. Something. Or I like that food. I want to again eat. I want to go. Attachment. But if we continue that, continue engaging with that, it doesn't remain there. It goes further. What happens? Huh? Who said? Lust. So lust means what? Lust is association. What is the associated emotions? Cannot live without it. Cannot live without it. That is, it's called uncontrollable craving. Uncontrollable craving. This happens at the platform of lust. Uncontrollable craving. That means now he cannot stop. He just helplessly gets into it. Uncontrollable lust. Very specific also. And it doesn't remain there. Then what about anger? Anger means what? Any obstacle which comes in between my object of lust, I'll destroy it. That's anger. So, become angry on obstacle between you and the object about which the lust is. You understand? That is anger. So let's say somebody has become very attached to some lust towards something, and then some obstacle is there. Let's say so there is some third boy. Now he wants to pull away that girl. Then you see now there is so much of anger. You've seen? They call triangle of love triangle. So if suppose this fellow is attached to that girl, he's lusting after that woman, and the third boy, another boy, he gets into somewhere away. This fellow will do anything, will kill him also. Right? Or sometimes they're married couple, the wife has a lover outside and she becomes so lusty. So just to, if this husband becomes an obstacle, you can kill her husband and go to them. In this world, it happened. It happened. So that's anger. And if lust is fulfilled, then lust turns into, if you fulfill the lust, then it becomes greed. And if the lust is obstacle comes, then anger. Obstacle comes, then anger. Greed matlab, it goes further. You become more and more greedy, more and more lust. The sort lust keeps increasing in anger. And anger, from anger what happens? Yeah, krodha bhavati sammoha, bewilderment. Bewilderment. Krodha bhavati sammoha, smriti vibrama. Then your memory is. These are things delusion, right? No. Complete delusion, right? Delusion. And then memory is bewildered. What is that?
Yeah, bewilderment of memory and then intelligence.
Memory bewildered. So see, what is the meaning of delusion? Means now he cannot discriminate between right and wrong. Or you can say, yeah, I mean, he is bewildered. So actually, he gets delusion, and because of delusion, memory is bewildered. His memory is lost. What is the meaning of memory is lost? He cannot discriminate between right and wrong. He cannot discriminate between right and wrong. So that we can write. Right, wrong, cannot. Right versus wrong. Can't understand. Okay? There is memory bewildered. You can't understand. Prabhu? Yeah. Oh. You can go to him, call him. Call him, otherwise he will be taking rest. Come. So, memory bewildered. Now, when memory is bewildered, what happens? Intelligence is lost. Last is? Intelligence is lost. When intelligence is lost, then what happens? Huh? Then you think bad to be good. You think bad to be right, wrong to be right, and right to be wrong. Wrong to be right, and you take right to be wrong. Illicit sex is good. Meditating is good. It gives you health. Gambling is good. You can get quick money and you can be rich. Intoxication is good. It opens your domain. You get some higher perspective of life. That's what they do. So when the intelligence is lost, they will think wrong to be right, and right thing to be wrong. Drinking milk is bad. Not taking care of, not keeping the dog inside the home is bad. You don't have pet in the home, bad. You don't smoke, bad. You don't eat meat, bad. No protein. Whatever. You understand this? So they think bad to be. No girlfriend, bad. Girlfriend, very good. Parents also think they're very, don't have any girlfriend. Come on. Go ahead to go to doctor. What is some problem with you? So they think bad to be good. See, it's completely opposite. You understand?
Why people who do bad get more support than
Because they're surrounded by those people.
they can really get support.
Confirmation bias.
Like
Negative brain.
but you don't get support. When you come to devotee association, will not support. Will discourage you.
It's like groups are getting created.
That's why you have to know one thing. In this world, you don't have to follow the majority. You have to follow Bhagavad Gita. You have to follow Krishna. Majority is not following Krishna. If you go to prison house, majority are those are rebellious souls. So you understand it's a prison house. Most of the people here are rebellious. They're not God conscious. So we cannot follow them. We have to follow the right path. And following the right path, there will be always less people. Understand this point. But the right thing, there always is. Imagine we keep here a naked dance show.
Like
If you advertise a naked dance show, no, in some movie, naked dance show, how many people? So many people will gather. But if you put Bhagavad Gita class in the open Pandal program, Gopal Prabhu is going to speak 2-hour lecture. How many will come?
0, because I won't be speaking.
Hardly people. Not many will. You understand, no? Suppose Elon Musk says, I am going to give a seminar, how to become rich. How many people will come? Full, everything will be full. And if I tell how to become spiritually rich by chanting holy name, you will have holy name seminar. How many will come? Only some people will come. And Scott and Gopal will come. We put a Bhakti Shastri course. How many came? 3. If you put how to become billionaire in 1 week, in 2 months, crash course for becoming billionaire, how many will come?
Million.
So many people will subscribe. Correct? Now the world is. So you should know where you are living and what kind of people you are having in your society. That's how it is. Understood? When I was in school, everybody speak Gali, everybody speaks slang words. I would feel I'm like odd man out of what here. Because that's how the whole world was. I couldn't relate to anyone of them. Only when I came to devotees, I could relate. They are the good people. You getting this point?
like what if someone is in corporate world and he wants to be, he will be surrounded with people, and that time also he needs to be associated. Alone he can't fight.
Yeah. That's why you should be associated with devotees so much, your heart is filled. So that you don't take their association, rather you give your association to them. And you have intelligence how to deal with them. I also work in corporate world, devotees working, but they intelligently manage. So you have to learn the art of not taking anything wrong from them, rather giving your association to them. And that is only possible when you are surcharged with that positive association. You know, so let's say kabaddi. You take full breath, then go kabaddi, touch them and come back. But you don't go, if you go like this, suddenly, then they will take you from on their side. So association doesn't mean you go talk, you're in association. No, association means when you are allowing yourself, you are becoming vulnerable to take their things in your heart, their talks in your heart. And you have to be careful not to associate that. You understand? Yeah, we can talk about it more, like how we can avoid that kind of thing. But that's the whole thing you have to learn in devotional service.
Not avoid. It's like how to settle it.
Yeah, correct.
It's like in your corporate, there will be people who are drinking. If
Yes.
you don't sit and drink, you won't get promoted. Because
Not like that. Not like that. You have to just intelligently talk to them. How to present is important. Because people do appreciate your own systems and values. If you are a little more intelligent and maturely you tell, you can avoid. And Krishna will help. Because many of our devotees are working corporate. None of them are drinking. The initiated devotees. So it is possible. You have to just take some practical guidance from them. Where are you, Prabhu, from? Prabhuji? Where are you from? Hare Krishna.
Yeah, I'm from here, Boston.
Really? What's your name?
Pankaj.
Oh, Pankaj Verma ji. आप लोग मतलब इलाहाबाद से?
नहीं, so I'm here. मैं Rajasthan, origin Rajasthan से. Grew up in Mumbai. I used to come here regularly.
You're getting pain? But you have pain? Oh, sorry. You come often here?
Not as often. I used to regularly come earlier.
Do you chant?
26.
In 25?
25, 26 years ago, I used to come here.
That time you must be a child, no?
No. I was probably your age at that time.
I am 55.
You're not.
You're how much?
I'm 53.
Then how can you be? You must be. Then how can you be of my age? How were you 20 years before 55? Now you're 53.
You look 20, 25.
So, Prabhu, you chant now? Some rounds? How many rounds?
Huh?
How many rounds?
You see Mala Karta.
One thing?
But I do Om Namo Bhagavate.
That is nice, but Hare Krishna mantra you don't know.
Hare Krishna mantra also I do.
Why don't you take Krishna consciousness seriously? Why don't you take Krishna consciousness seriously?
No, I do take it.
Why are you not taking it?
What do you mean?
Take full fledged, chant 16 rounds of Hare Krishna mantra.
Yeah. I know what you're saying.
You still think that there is some happiness in outside world in trying to enjoy the senses.
Not one again. I think just regular.
No, I'm telling you, you associate with devotees more and take Krishna consciousness seriously.
Yeah.
Your kids are settled, right?
Not that, I mean, they're just completing education.
They will be settled.
Completed.
They will be settled. But you are more free.
Yeah.
You take Krishna consciousness seriously. Where do you stay?
I still look further. Like, near Lowell area. I don't know if you're from Lowell.
I know, I come there.
Westford.
You are in Westford?
Yeah.
Westford, we have program. Every Friday. In this Friday, you come there.
She told me about it.
Yeah, I know.
She comes here, right?
Yes. So why don't you take part then?
Just
Customers, like we have like, there was this ashram also, revolving there, and then we had the small kids, so we were like.
No, now we don't have small kids. Now I can go here. Tell you. All the reasons are not. Nothing for this. I'm telling you, it's one picture. I don't know. It's such an amazing opportunity. Here we have some best training program, best of the books, best of the devotees. Everything is so nice. Why not take advantage?
yeah, no, I absolutely love it.
See, all educated people are there. They're all very qualified and they're very pure. Trusted very good. So, you have any doubt about it? You have any doubt about Prabhupada? You have no doubt about it. Don't remain in your own limited characteristics. Take it over. When you take it.
So we take it all now. But I don't know what you're saying. He थोड़ा और ज्यादा इसमें
नहीं आप जरा आओ अब किसी बार आओ फिर कुछ बोलो फ्राइडे का जुलाई फ्राइडे इवनिंग फिर करेंगे तो हल्का से सेकंड डे वेरी गुड ये शुड बी if it doesn't look efficient somebody and if he says something illegal then we don't agree with that promise yeah बोलिए भगवान promise करिए
ये मोस्टली क्या है अभी पाकिस्तान की तरफ से यहाँ
नहीं कैसे करो
नहीं एक्सपर्ट प्रोग्राम है
I don't think it's a form with the law, follow, लेकिन भगवान आपकी पसंद के लिए मैं ये आपको वादा करता हूँ कि इस फ्राइडे को वेस्टफोर्ड प्रोग्राम में मैं जरूर आऊँगा अपनी तरफ से पूरा कर बाकी भगवान आपका आशीर्वाद
सब कुछ करता हूँ ये मैं
बोलिएगा आना
Because, yeah.
I don't think it is. I'm not comparing the bottom line. Okay.
I'll continue Bhagavad Gita now. Now they should Bhagavad Gita now.
I didn't.
Yeah. You won't understand. No, but we actually have like 9 verses left.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want this thing. I would like to go a little bit more mine.
Scott, will you? There you go.
Can you finish this 9 verses before 4 o'clock or everyone?
Yeah, in 5 minutes, though. You're not wasting much time now. It's done. Chalo.
Probably we're not even going to finish the second chapter.
Good, sit.
Oh, very true.
So he's saying, read this. So he says that, so after offering good eatables to the Lord, the devotee takes the remnants called prasadam. Thus everything becomes spiritualized and there is no danger of a downfall. The devotee takes prasadam in Krishna consciousness, whereas the non-devotee rejects it as material. Therefore, impassive cannot enjoy life due to his artificial renunciation, and for this reason, a slight agitation of the mind pulls him down again to the pool of material existence. You're able to read it? It is the 63rd verse towards the end I'm reading. 63 towards the end. The impassive therefore cannot enjoy life due to his artificial renunciation, and for this reason, a slight agitation of the mind pulls him down again into the pool of material existence. It is that such a soul, even though
Your mic is on, we can hear you driving.
so it is said that, where is that? It is said that such a soul, even though rising up to the point of liberation, falls down again to his not having support in devotional service. You understand, no? So we actually enjoy life in Krishna consciousness.
हरे कृष्ण
Hare Krishna.
प्रभु मुझे लेट हो रहा है आने में, तो प्रभु जी को बोलो कि आचमन करके वो प्लेट अंदर रखे और वो सारे ये क्या पिलोस लगा के प्लेट अंदर रखे, प्रसाद अंदर रखे, बस इतना करे। मैं आता हूँ, मुझे लेट हो रहा है बहुत।
Sure. Okay.
I was arguing with Ashna on this list and spiritually arguing. I just spiritually arguing.
That's funny though.
Let's go to the rule. Let's
Pretty narrow.
see, this is 18 chapters. We're almost done with the.
Huh?
Oh.
Pardon?
We're almost finished with Bhagavad Gita. Let's finish the 18.
Really the fast, we have to do it fast. So you got this point. No? So we actually enjoy life. That's why we are not having any kind of trouble. And that's why one cannot have trouble to control his mind, because he is enjoying life in Krishna consciousness. So I say we should enjoy our life. Nice prasadam, nice services, serving devotees. It's a life of enjoyment, true enjoyment, not exploitative enjoyment, but a loving service to the Lord. It's really, it's true enjoyment of the life. So we actually know how to enjoy life. But the people who don't know about Krishna, they don't know how to enjoy life. right? They are trying to enjoy by gratifying the senses. That makes them miserable. They don't know it. That makes them miserable. They don't know it. Correct? Next verse. Ragadesha mukta Vishayanindriyascharan Atmavashya Vidheyatma Prasadam Adhigachati. But a person free from all attachment and aversion and able to control his senses through regulative principle of freedom can obtain the complete mercy of the Lord. So when you have freedom from attachment and aversion, that means you don't go by liking and disliking based on sense gratification, and you control your senses through regulative principle of devotional service. That means through vidhi, vidheyatma. हमने discuss किया था ना vidhi and nishedh. When you follow those rules and regulations of devotional service, free from attachment and aversion, then what happens? You get mercy of the Lord. That means some people ask, no, why we have to follow rules and regulations? We are bhakta, we are devotees. We don't have to follow rules and regulations. No, when you follow rules and regulations, what happens? You develop purity. Correct? When you strictly follow rules and regulations, develop purity. Yep. You develop purity. That's when you're austere, you're trying to follow rules and regulations nicely, you become purity. And what is that purity? That purity means what? You are getting freedom from cravings. You get freedom from cravings. And when the cravings are gone, then you can find true peace. All our troubles are because of our cravings. And when we regulate our mind and senses, follow rules and regulations of devotional service, then what happens? We are free from freeing from all attachment and aversion. Then we attain the mercy of the Lord. And the blessing, the mercy of the Lord manifests in terms of purity, means you get freedom from craving. Like Prabhupada said, the test of advancement in Krishna consciousness is how much you're getting freed from your lust and greed and anger. The degree you're getting freed from lust, greed, and anger, to that degree you're making advancement. To that degree you have mercy of the Lord. Yeah. You may say, Prabhu, how come? Mercy means having love for God. Yeah, that's true. But to the degree you have love for God, to that degree you're free from lust, anger, greed also. So it's a part of mercy that when you are freed from lust, anger, greed. And that means that we have real peace. You have, you can read it. For one who thus satisfied.
And you could just have this. Threefold miseries of an eternal material existence exist no longer. In such satisfied consciousness, one's intelligence is soon well established.
Yeah, so his intelligence established, and threefold miseries are not there. How threefold miseries are not there? Because he is his Krishna consciousness and his cravings are gone. Correct? So he is not having experience of threefold miseries. Threefold miseries externally will be there, but you will not be affected. You will not be miserable. Because you are Krishna conscious. You don't have cravings. See, when we have craving for respect, then if somebody insults, we feel bad. When we have craving for, having success in this world so that people look up to us and feel that I am a great man. Then if something doesn't come, then you feel miserable. So all our problems is craving. When the cravings are gone, you will not have any miseries. You understand? No? All troubles are because of our cravings only. That you have to understand. Okay, next verse. Is that clear? And another thing is saying buddhi parivartisthate. So see, there is a smriti bhramsa. He says smriti bhramsa buddhi nasto. So what is the meaning of memory lost? Memory loss means you forget the rules and regulations of the scriptures. That is the meaning of memory loss. So when you are losing your memory means you are forgetting the scriptures. So in our stage, what we should do, we should borrow the intelligence, borrow the memory, intelligence from scriptures, Guru, Sadhu, Shastri, from scriptures, from devotees. We have to borrow our intelligence. Then with that intelligence, we can actually control our mind and senses, and then we can attain the mercy of the Lord. Purity, we can get it. Correct? So, and when we do that, then eventually what will happen? That buddhi, which you are borrowing, actually becomes an internal buddhi. Internal buddhi means that buddhi, the spiritual buddhi you get within. Then you don't need even, some kind of push, some kind of supervision. You yourself want to do things. You yourself want to come to Krishna and avoid Maya. But in the beginning, our buddhi is not so strong. We know that sankhya direction is bad, but our intelligence is not convinced. Still, we want to go and try. So that is because buddhi is not fixed. So, but at least we can learn from the scriptures. No, it is bad for me. I cannot overuse smartphone. I cannot overuse mobile. I should keep it safe distance. Correct? So one should have that, buddhi from scriptures, from devotees. And when we follow like that, then that buddhi parivartisthate, it will become your study intelligence. Study intelligence means your intelligence, you are convinced about it. You know sun gratification is going to give you misery. You are convinced about it. You don't need to, get supervised, or you are very accountable in your own heart. Correct? That is the meaning you fix intelligence. That happens as you progress in Krishna consciousness. That will happen. But in that state, when our intelligence is not fixed, we should be accountable to some devotees. We should be reading scriptures. We should be borrowing intelligence regularly and keep practicing, keep practicing. And when buddhi becomes internalized, still we keep practicing because we want to sharpen it further and further and further. We never want to take risk and chance. Is it clear? Going further. One who is not connected with the Supreme in Krishna consciousness can have neither transcendental intelligence nor a steady mind, without which there is no possibility of peace. How can there be any happiness without peace? So many times people want to have peace externally. Go to some meditation center, go to some yoga, do some pranayam, have some mindfulness seminar, and that's how they want to get peace. But Krishna consciousness is self-manifested peace. You don't have to externally do that. Because even though they go for a camp, 12 days silence, vipassana, and so many things they do. But even after doing that also, once they come out, again they want to get with girlfriend, go back to the old things, right? So it doesn't help. But in Krishna consciousness, self-manifested peace. It's not outside in, it is inside out. Internally, you're satisfied and happy, so peace is self-manifested. You getting this point? That's why can you read this? Therefore, towards the end.
Therefore,
okay, read from here. Disturbance is due to. Okay, therefore, if one is not in Krishna.
If one is not in Krishna consciousness, there cannot be a final goal for the mind. Disturbance is due to want of ultimate goal.
Yeah, you can underline this. Disturbance is due to want of an ultimate goal. Very important point.
And when one is certain that Krishna is the enjoyer, proprietor and friend of everyone and everything, then one can, with a steady mind, bring about peace. Therefore, one who is engaged without a relationship with Krishna is certainly always in distress and is without peace. However much he may make a show of peace and spiritual advancement in life. Krishna consciousness is a self-manifested peaceful condition which can be achieved only in relationship with Krishna.
Yeah, you understand, no? So in Krishna consciousness, what happens? Our relationship with Krishna is established. That's why it is self-manifested peaceful condition. Like that. So in other times, they are not connected with Krishna. When connection with Krishna is not there, then externally you try to be peaceful, but because that is missing, so again, it will be disruptive. Like for example, child who is very much connected with the parents, so then he will have a very organic growth and everything like that, right? But even if you put a child in a very nice environment, facilities, food, everything, but parents are not, there's no relationship, there's no love which he experiencing. The fulfillment is not there. Then what happens? Even though externally you do everything, the child will have some emotional, insecurity, some kind of bankrupt, he is emotionally bankrupt. So
Emotionally immature.
Immature, and he can get troubles actually. Even though you can provide all food, clothing, shelter, everything. So that's why when you don't have a relationship with Krishna, and you don't have that active relationship of love, that satisfaction, fulfillment is not, then little things also will disturb you. You can be peaceful externally so much, but you cannot maintain it. But Krishna consciousness is self-manifested peace because you are truly connected with Krishna, and that gives you shelter, security, safety, peace, and happiness. That's why it's self-manifested. Is that clear? Okay. Indriyanami charitam. Prabhu, we are third, fourth year now. Indriyanami charitam. Yanmano nividhiyate. Tadasya harti pragnam. Vayurnamivambhasi. Read the translation.
As strongly speaks the way above in the water. Even one of the roaming senses on which the mind focuses can carry away a man's soul.
So read the purport.
Unless all of the senses are engaged in the service of the Lord, even one of them engaged in sense gratification can deviate the devotee from path of transcendental advancement. As mentioned in the life of Maharaj Ambarish, all of the senses must be engaged in Krishna consciousness, for that is the correct technique for controlling the mind.
Yeah. So while engaging, see, before it was while sitting, while managing the senses, one of the senses also can be carried away when first came, correct? And their example was not given, but here analogy is given. While engaging the senses also, as a strong wind sweeps away a boat on the water, same way our intelligence also, our senses also can get carried away. You understand? No? So the boat that means our existence should not be carried away by temptations. So we can have another wind. That wind should be the wind of the instructions of Guru, Sadhu, Shastra, the guidance of teachers, our spiritual teachers, Bhagavad Gita. So if we keep in that boat, then we'll go in that direction. So we'll go ahead next. Tasmadasya mahabaho nigrihitani sarvashaha indriyani indriyarthebhyas tasya prajna pratisthita. Read the translation.
Yeah.
Scott.
For Almighty on one whose senses are restrained from their objects is certainly of a steady intent.
Yeah.
One can curb the forces of sense gratification only by means of Krishna consciousness or engaging all senses in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. All enemies are curbed by superior force. The senses can similarly be curbed not by any human endeavor, but by keeping them engaged in the service of the Lord. One who has understood this, that only by Krishna consciousness is one really established intelligence, and one who practices are under the guidance of bona fide spiritual master. It's called a sadhaka or a suitable candidate for liberation.
Good, nice. Okay, next we'll do. Ya nishasara bhutanam. So we have to just underline this. This art, one should practice art under the guidance of bona fide spiritual master. And it's not by human endeavor, by keeping them engaged in Krishna's service. So when we put ourselves under the custody of Guru, by their grace, we are able to control our mind. Our endeavor should be to put ourselves under the shelter of Guru and Krishna. Like your endeavor should be to come to temple, endeavor should be to chant Hare Krishna. Then you will be protected by grace of Guru and Krishna. That we have to know. It's not possible by human endeavor. Our human endeavor should be to get the guidance of Guru, Sadhu, Shastra. Like I said, no, we have to put ourselves in the wind of the instructions of guidance of our spiritual teachers, scriptures, like that. You getting? Then that will carry us further. Let us align with that wind. We cannot, with our human endeavor, we cannot. Our human endeavor should be just aligning. And then their mercy will take us. You got it, fine? That's how it is. It's like you hook on to some truck, then the truck takes over. Understand? Na ya nisham sara bhutanam tasyam jagrati sanyami yasyam jagrati bhutani tanisha pachato mune. See, in the India, sometimes the people carry the truck. India. Yeah, India. Sometimes the cycle fellow, he catches the truck and without pedaling, he just zoom very fast in you. The same way, if you hold on to Guru, which are master, scriptures, you just hold on. Your endeavor should be this. Then you can go with very fast speed, right? But on your endeavor, by your human endeavor, can you go with that fast speed with the cycle? You cannot. So this is what is the meaning of this. So our endeavor should be to put ourselves under the guidance of our spiritual masters, Bhagavad Gita, scriptures, all that. When you do that, this will lift you up. But if you, on your own endeavor, you cannot control your mind and senses. Not possible. So you can control your mind and senses only when you put yourself under the guidance of Guru Sadhu Shastri. Like that. Prabhu, where are you from? Which place?
We are from
Westford.
No, Ashland.
Ashland. You can see there's a Bhakti Yoga WhatsApp group, whichever group is closest to you, the place. We have some nice programs over there. It's outside, you can just check it out. You are from Kannada? Kannada? Both of you? Marathi. Hindi, Marathi? You're from UP before? North India?
I am from MP, here in Goa.
And Mataji?
And answer that.
Okay. Rajasthan where? Okay. So it's saying, now this verse is talking about the life of a devotee and life of a non-devotee is very different. Read the translation.
What is night for all beings is the time of awakening for the self-controlled, and the time of awakening for all beings is the night for the introspective sage.
What do you mean? It means the devotee and non-devotee, their sphere of activity is different. It's not necessarily that, it is indicating the sphere of activity. Meaning, wherever the devotee is active, the non-devotees are not active. Wherever non-devotees are active, devotees are not active. So the day of a devotee means the sphere of activity of a devotee. There, non-devotee will not come. The sphere of activity of non-devotee. There, the devotee will not be there. For example, a devotee will get up in the morning and he will chant his rounds and he will take prasadam, he'll do aarti. You don't find materialists coming there. They will not get up in the morning. They will be sleeping that time. Right? And then devotees will go to temple and they will go to say night bar, a night club, bar, this kind of thing. They will go. Devotees will read Bhagavad Gita Bhagavatam, they will read some cinema magazine, sports book, they will do like that. Correct? So the devotee's life and non-devotee's life is completely opposite. You can see. What is night for a devotee is a day for non-devotee. But then day for a non-devotee, a night for devotee. You're getting this thing? Ignorant. So that's why we don't have to compare with them. Oh, my friends are not reading Gita, how can I read? That is their sphere of activity. My sphere of activity is different. We should not identify with them. We should identify with devotees. What devotees?
You're on your own path.
Huh?
You're on your own path.
They are our own path. They are their own path. So their path is the path of ignorance. Our path is path of enlightenment. So our activity will be of different type. Like that. Correct, no? So that's why he's saying the activity of introspective state or thoughtful manner, night for person materially absorbed. Materialistic person remains asleep in such a night due to their ignorance of self-realization. Like that. Aporyamanam achalam pratishtham samudramapa pravishanti yadvat tadvat kamayam pravishanti sarve shanti mapnoti na kama kami. So he's saying whenever the rivers like desires enter in the heart of a devotee, what happens? The devotee is not disturbed by them. Why? Because he's experiencing fullness in his heart. Gopalpur, what devotee is experiencing? Fullness. Fullness. What kind of fullness? You are not paying attention. Fullness means what? His heart is feeling, means he is having Krishna conscious bliss. A devotee is feeling lot of, like the ocean. He is feeling fullness. Because of his Krishna conscious high experiences, river like desire may come. Somebody may come and say, so see, desires may come externally, like your friend may come. Hey, come, Scott, let's go for a movie. We have got a latest Hollywood movie. No, and the famous actor and actress. Then, that means he's bringing some desire, whether you want to go ahead for it. But if you're feeling fullness, you've just got nice, Gita classes, you have just heard Kirtan, you've just heard proper lecture, you're feeling so happy. Then say, I'm not interested, sorry. You can immediately say no, correct? Because you're feeling fullness, the river like desire is coming, but you can say no to it. Immediately you can say no. Like Haridas Thakur, he was feeling fullness in chanting Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, feeling so happy. Prostitute came, let us enjoy it together. He said, sorry, wait. I have to complete my rounds. Correct? Immediately he said no to it. You getting this point? No? So when you're feeling fullness, you can say no to river like desire. So river like desire will not stop. People will keep coming and asking, proposing you so many things. And our own mind may propose sometimes. Sometimes desires come from outside, like somebody may be proposing, but sometimes our own mind proposes. Like you're chanting Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, and the mind will say, hey, Scott, what do you think about that movie? Within mind only it may come. Then you have to say, I'm happy with my chanting. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Sorry, mind, Hare Krishna. You have to say no to it. You understand? You understand, no? Too bad? Yeah. I mean, yeah. So mind can say, right? So you can always say, I'm not interested. So you have to learn to say no to our mind also. But that is only possible when we are actually experiencing something higher also. Then we can say more easily no. but our sadhana, our practice is weak, then what happens? Mind says, Scott, let's go for a movie. Anyway, I'm feeling so miserable. Maybe it will help me. You can go for then you can go for a movie. Correct, you understand? So because you need something, you're pleasure seeking, because you're not experiencing happiness in Krishna consciousness, then you want to seek happiness in pleasures of this world, which is actually entanglement, as I mentioned, is going to take you towards endless suffering. Correct? You got this point or no? Understood?
Yeah.
Summarize, what did I say?
You said that, like, in the first you said the river, like, when some devotee comes with the, so, oh, sorry, not devotee, sorry, one of your friends, he comes and says, oh, you want to watch this movie, but since you're already chanting, you've already done lectures, listened to all of that, you don't want to do that because you feel full. So then that you don't feel like interested, and then you talk about the mind, the same thing, all chanting, but, oh, Scott, do you want to watch a movie? No. And then you say, no, I'm happy with my chant.
Yeah.
And you feel full.
Yes. So point is, when you attentively do our devotional service, then we are feeling fullness. You know? So mind will say, hey, let's go for a reel, let's go for mobile, let's go for WhatsApp, let's go for game, let's go for this, let's go for that. Then you have to say, not interested, not interested, not interested. But we have to also say, I'm interested in this. So I'm finding interest here, so I'm okay. So we should be able to actually have some attention in our devotional practices and steadiness and having some experience of higher taste. Then we can say no. That is called fullness. Now, if our heart is not like ocean, like a puddle, then river comes and it completely agitates our heart. So we have to make our puddle-like heart into ocean. That's the program of Krishna consciousness. And before it happens, we have to keep our intelligence very on guard, have a strict practice, so that we don't allow ourselves to get completely devastated by the river-like desires. Correct, no? So to protect ourselves in Sangha of devotees. In the association of devotees, we are protected. So even though we may not be feeling, we may be sometimes not so much in tune, we may be feeling empty, but with devotee association, we can fence ourselves. We can still say no to temptations. No, because that association helps us. Okay, we'll go further. Vihaya kaman sarvan pumaschariti vihaya kaman ya sarvan pumaschariti nispraha nirmamo nirhankaraha Sashanti Madigachati. Read the translation.
Person who has given up all desires for gratification, who is free from desires, who has given up all sense of partnership, and is devoid of all evil, he alone can attain real peace.
Yeah. So if you see the previous purport, it says the proof of a Krishna conscious man is, so he says, desires may come to him like the waters of the rivers, desire may come, that flow into the ocean, but he is steady in his activities. He is not even slightly disturbed by the desires of sense gratification. That is the proof of a Krishna conscious man. One who has lost all inclinations for material sense gratification, lost all inclination for material sense gratification. Then what happens? When you lost all inclination for material sense gratification, although the desires are present, then you're peaceful. Because he remains satisfied in the transcendental loving service to the Lord. So he can remain steady like ocean and therefore enjoy full peace. Understood, no? Like that it is. So another thing I wanted to say, yeah, na kama kami. He is not desiring to fulfill the desires of his mind. This is the point. Na kama kami. He doesn't want to fulfill, he does not desire to fulfill the desire of his mind. Huh? That's come and go. Yeah, correct. So you are not trying to fulfill, so you don't desire, you soul, as you are a soul, you don't desire to fulfill the desire of your mind because you separate the mind from yourself. So you don't desire to fulfill the desire of your mind. That's the platform of a devotee. Desires may come, but you don't have inclination to fulfill them. You don't desire to fulfill them. You getting? That is na kama kami. Nice. No? You're writing notes? You wrote it? No, not having desire to fulfill the desire. Okay. So a person who has given all the conditions, who lives free from desire, who has given up all sense partnership, is devoid of false ego. We can attain real peace. Okay. Now the first line says to become desireless means not to desire anything for sense gratification. Desireless doesn't mean become stone. That means you become free from sense gratification. In other words, desire to become Krishna conscious, becoming Krishna conscious means becoming desirelessness. You getting this point? No? Next verse. Esha Brahmi Sthiti Partha Nayanam Prape Vimuhyati Istivasayamant Kalepi Tasyam Brahma Nirvanam Rachati. Read the 72nd verse.
That is the way of spiritual and godly life, after attaining which a man is not bewildered. If one is thus situated, even at the hour of death, one can enter into the kingdom of God.
Yeah, read the purport. It's a beautiful purport.
So, but one can attain Krishna consciousness or divine life at once.
At once. See? Or?
Within a second.
Within a second.
Or one may attain such a state of life even after millions of.
One may not attain.
Oh, one may not attain.
No.
Such a state of life even after millions of births.
Even after millions of births, you may not attain. So what? How it depends on?
It is only a matter of understanding and accepting the fact.
It's a matter of understanding and accepting the fact. If you accept it, understand it, take it. Like yesterday, one lady was there. I told her, how much you have read Gita? Have you read Gita anytime once in a day, 5 or 6 hours? She said yes. Then I asked, do you chant? No. I said, if you are reading Gita, you should be Gita everywhere is telling you to chant. You're not accepting it. Right? So if you're accepting Gita, then you have to accept his words. And then she says, no, I'm taking a pause, and she says blah blah something she's saying. So the point is, people have excuse, you see. They don't want to do it. They want to take the credit of reading Gita, but they don't want to follow it. You see? So that's what he's saying. One can attain Krishna consciousness, divine life at once, within a second, or one may not attain such a state of life even after millions of births. It's a matter of understanding and accepting the fact. Sometimes you understand, you don't accept it still. So once you understand, accept it. Why don't you accept it then? Somehow I don't accept it. I don't want to do it. That's the misfortune. You're getting this, no? The example is Khatwang Maharaj attained his state of life just a few minutes before his death by surrendering to Krishna. He had very few minutes. He asked how much time he had. He told only few minutes. He immediately took full shelter of Krishna and he attained perfection. It's a matter of understanding. Prabhupada said once, if you have full faith, Krishna is Supreme Personality of Godhead, and you accept it wholeheartedly, we can conquer this entire world in 18 days. Prabhupada said. But the point is, we're not accepting that way, with that spirit, with that sincerity. That's the point he said. Okay, we are done. Ribo. Thus end the chapter, second chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, the matter of its content. Chapter 3, Karma Yoga. Prabhu, are you in time?
No. We're supposed to finish again. That's what it said to me.
No, we have till 12 a.m. We have like 12 a.m. Karma Yoga. अरे कौन आ गया? So Karma Yoga will do. Prabhu, if you don't mind, can I get water? If you don't mind.
Let's have a 5-minute break.
Really? You want to break?
Let's take 5 minutes break.
Okay, let's 2 minutes break. Let's take a water break.
Yeah.
Let's take a water break. But who come back? Huh? You don't come back.
I'm going to sit here. What chapter when he left it? After we get the after we get to those chapters and everything, we can all everything for that. This 343, 4, yeah, yeah, okay. So, first chapter 46, 72, 343, 4. 1, 2, 35, 27, 24, 28, 78, 18 chapter. All of the verses are small, like the point is like 1 line, sorry, the I'm talking 1 line, 3, 4 lines.
We'll start now with the third chapter.
That's when the
Hmm.
finished 43 verses.
Yeah, we'll finish it, bro. 10 minutes.
Huh?
10 minutes.
10 minutes per verse.
Okay. So in the second chapter, Arjuna surrendered to Krishna and asked what is truly beneficial, correct? Krishna first established the eternality of the soul, that was Atma Jnana. Then he introduced Karma Yoga and finally described the qualities of Sthita Prajna. And Karma Yoga, when we talk, it was actually leading to Bhakti Yoga, as you said. Karma Yoga is like a broad term, Karma Yoga, but actually it means is devotional service. When Prabhupada makes it relevant to our situation. So basically doing actions for the pleasure of the Supreme. That's basically Karma Yoga. And finally describe the quality of Sthita Pragya, correct? So chapter 3 begins because Arjuna wonders, if peace and knowledge are glorious, why should he fight? If peace and knowledge are glorious, means if Sthita Pragya was peaceful, glorious, that's what it said, no? Nashantim, I mean, he gets servant from all misery, and he becomes completely peaceful, and he doesn't desire anything, he's lost all his material desires, he doesn't want to fulfill any material desires, he's completely peacefully situated, he's not disturbed by the rivers like desires, he's like feeling the ocean like a ocean within, all these things he says, correct, no? So after that, Arjuna gets confused. Arjuna thinks that if that is the case, when you find, if the Sthita Pragya is experiencing such kind of peace and happiness, is he actually, then Krishna consciousness is actually about fighting them? How can somebody fight like that? So he got a little confused about, he thought maybe Krishna consciousness is like an inertia. Means if somebody becomes Krishna conscious, becomes peaceful, becomes happy, he doesn't have any desire, So that means he thinks that now, why to act? Why he should fight then? Why Krishna is telling me to fight? When I'm peacefully with him, when I'm happy with him, I have no desires to fulfill, no material desires to fulfill, right? So why at all then I have to fight? So he mistook Krishna consciousness as inertia. You getting this point? He was a bit confused after he heard the description of Sthita Pragya. Okay. So now we will see the 3.1. Okay, let's move forward. This is the connection between second chapter and third chapter. Therefore, he begins the third chapter with this question. What the question? Arjuna, Arjuna Uvacha Vyasasi Cheta Karmana Mata Buddhi Janardana Tat Kim Karmani Ghore Ma Niyojasya Keshava. Read, Arjuna said.
Okay, why do you want to engage in the end? It doesn't have to be worth it. If you think that intelligence is better than fruitive work.
You got it? Fruitive work means you're acting for gratification. That is fruitive work. And he's saying when you're telling that intelligence is better, means when you're buddhi yoga, when you're studying bhakti yoga, you have no desires to fulfill, you're peaceful, you're happy, Sthita Pragya, you're controlling your mind and senses. Then if you think that is better than fruitive work, then why you want me to engage in this fighting, which looks like a fruitive work? Which looks like a fruitive work, because you're fighting and then you have to get the kingdom, it looks like a fruitive work. So why you're telling me, why, when you're saying intelligence is better than fruitive work, then why you want me to engage in this kind of ghastly welfare activity? You getting this point? You understood the doubt of Arjuna? Yeah. So read this. Sometimes Krishna consciousness is. Okay, read the beginning from purport, beginning. The Supreme Personality Godhead.
Supreme Personality Godhead, Sri Krishna, is very elaborately described in the constitution of the soul. In the previous chapter, with the view to delivering his intimate friend Arjuna from the ocean of material grief. Realization has been recommended. Inertia and one.
Focus. 3.1.
Holy Krishna conscious by chanting.
Prabhu, can you read again? Sometimes Krishna consciousness, read again. Focus.
Sometimes Krishna consciousness is understood to be inertia, and one with such misunderstanding often withdraws from a secluded place to become fully Krishna conscious by chanting the holy name of Lord Krishna. But without being trained in the philosophy of Krishna consciousness, it is not advisable to chant the holy name of Krishna in a secluded place where one may acquire only cheap adoration of the innocent public. Arjuna also thought of Krishna consciousness or Buddha yoga or intelligent and spiritual advancement of knowledge as something like retirement or active life and the practice of penance and artistry and a secluded
austerity
place. In other words, he wanted to skillfully avoid the fighting by using Krishna consciousness as an excuse. But a sincere student be placed in the matter for his master and question Krishna as his best course of action and answer Lord Krishna elaborately explain karma yoga or work with consciousness in third chapter.
Okay, we did this last time also, but we are doing it again. So he says, so Arjuna's question is sincere, not rebellious, because he's putting this to his master. He assumes knowledge and actions are opposite. He thought like knowledge and action is opposite. He thought. He equates renunciation with spirituality and action with material life. He thinks like that. He thinks renunciation with spirituality and action with material life. He thinks like that. Krishna will show that spirituality depends on consciousness, not mere external activity. So write down this point. Krishna will show that spirituality depends on consciousness. Read this, very powerful point. Note down this point. Spirituality depends on consciousness. Spirituality depends on no, I'm just telling. I'm just narrating this. I'm just telling the points. Spirituality depends on consciousness, not merely external activity. You wrote down? Can write down this point. So sometimes you may think becoming spiritual means giving up work, but Krishna teaches one may remain active and still be fully spiritual if acting without attachment, if he's acting in Krishna consciousness. So spiritual life is not about inactivities, it is full of activities. In fact, we do more activities than any material person also. We have so many activities. So it's not about inactivity. Okay. So activity is not the problem. Attachment is the problem. It's not active attachment. Peace is internal, not merely external. Krishna is transforming Arjuna's consciousness, not merely changing his occupation. So he's not saying, Arjuna, you give up this girl. He's saying you change your consciousness. That way you become spiritual. Correct? Yes, Prabhu.
You mentioned something like Arjuna thinks.
Arjuna thinks he equates spirituality and action with material life. He equates renunciation with spirituality and actions with material life. You understand? No? Renouncing everything is spiritual and action is material. That's what he's thinking. But there are many renunciant, they renounce, but they don't engage in Krishna's activities. And they sometimes become, pretender also. We discussed other day. So that is not good. So mere renunciation is not good enough. We can renounce the material life for the sake of doing more activity in spiritual life. That is different. That is wonderful. But just renouncing and being lazy and just trying to get cheap adoration, some cheap followers, and having some name fame, that is bogus. Correct. Vyamisheneva vakyena buddhim mohayasiva me tadekam vat nishchitya yena sheyoham apunayam. Yes. So Vyamishenaya vakyena. Arjuna feels Krishna's words appeared mixed. Respectfully says that message seems confusing to him. Respectfully says that. Material temptations bewilders the mind. Philosophical ambiguity bewilders the intelligence. You see, when we get tempted by some material things, what happens? It bewilders the mind. But philosophically, when we have ambiguous, then what happens? It bewilders the intelligence. So here Arjuna is bewildered by what? Mind or intelligence? Intelligence. His mind is bewildered by temptations. Mind is bewildered. But intelligence gets bewildered by ambiguity, philosophical ambiguity. So therefore Arjuna says, Buddhim mohoyasi. My intelligence is bewildered. Understood, no? Because he got instructions from Krishna. He was trying to understand, but he is not able, he got confused. So his buddhi got bewildered. Buddhi get bewildered when philosophical ambiguity is there. So you can ask that question to the spiritual master, and then he can clarify the philosophical ambiguity, and then again your intelligence can be satisfied. Correct, no? That's the point. So Ekam Vada, he says, please explain one clear path leading to my ultimate welfare. Sometimes students often ask whether they should work, renounce, marry, become monks, all that they ask. So Krishna first teaches how to act properly before deciding what external role to accept. Getting this point? People ask now whether you want to work, renounce, marry, or be a monk. What do you want?
No.
None. You want to be none. Nuns. Christian nuns.
I don't know you.
So what do you want? You want to become, you want to work, renounce, marry, or become monks? But what do you want?
I don't know what I want.
Monk.
You want me to be.
I want you to be. No, I never said that.
You just said that.
What?
You just said monk like 5 seconds ago.
No, I said none.
You said monk.
None.
You said monk.
Okay.
When you said monk.
No, I want to you. I want you to be what you want to be. What do you want to be?
You want me to be a monk.
No, I'm saying you want what you want.
Yeah, you want me to be a monk.
No, you want to be monk. Really? Are you sure? No. You have to come for the Mangalarati.
No, I'll come for I'm not sleeping.
Okay, anyway, so you understand. So he's saying students often ask these questions, but Krishna first teaches how to act properly. See, you can take any role, but we have to first know how to act properly. That means what should be your consciousness. First, you have to work on your consciousness, right? That is the more important thing. Deciding what external role you accept. That's why in Gurukula, there was a training given for everyone. And what is the training? The training of training consciousness. Consciousness of a servant. Haribol, what happened? Consciousness of a servant, no? That's why once they would become that, once they have understood to control mind and senses, they become a proper servants, then when they become king, they will not exploit. This is called servant leader. Correct? So even when you're leading, you're in the mood of servant. That is important. So humility should be there to ask questions. Arjuna is humble. Honest confusion is the doorway to wisdom. Honest confusion is the doorway to the wisdom. If you're confused and you're honest, then you ask question and you get open to the wisdom. You get wisdom. So Krishna is preparing to systematically explain Karma Yoga now. To whom? Should we go ahead? With your permission? Should we? Huh?
Yeah.
So let's go ahead. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Lokesmin Vividha Nishtha Pura Pokta Mayanaga Jnana Yogina Sankhyanam Karma Yogena Yogina. So in the previous verse, it is mentioned also that a more organized outline of the path is necessary for understanding for Arjuna. Arjuna got confused, but Krishna told Buddhi Yoga, Sankhya Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, all that little got mixed up. So Arjuna got confused. So Krishna is going to explain more systematically now. Okay. So read the translation.
Oh, sinless Arjuna. I've already explained that there are two classes of men who try to realize the self. Some are inclined to understand it by empirical, philosophical speculation, and others by devotional service.
Yeah. So Krishna begins removing Arjuna's confusion by explaining two authorized paths according to qualification, adhikar. So what are the two paths? Empirical, philosophical speculation, and other by devotional service. So, so it says qualification or level of spiritual maturity. It doesn't mean it's only authority. So there should be level of spiritual maturity. The different people require different processes according to their present consciousness. So why the different paths? Because people have different level of consciousness. But still they have a choice to take a path of Bhakti Yoga, which can elevate the consciousness like that. So Arjuna should not imitate another person's path, is saying like that. So teaching points. Spiritual life is individualized. Qualification determines practice. Both paths ultimately aim at purification and realization of the Supreme. Why does Krishna mention two paths instead of one? That's Arjuna's question. So here he's saying that Prabhupada says, of these two paths, that means the path of philosophical speculation, which gradually may come to the point of Krishna consciousness, and the other process is directly connecting everything with Krishna and Krishna consciousness. Of these two paths, Krishna consciousness is better. Prabhupada is saying Krishna consciousness is better than the path of philosophical speculation. That is indirect process is philosophical speculation. Yeah, it's basically, okay, he gives here the understanding. Sankhya Yoga type. So it says that the Lord explained two kinds of preaching, namely Sankhya Yoga and Karma Yoga or Buddhi Yoga. In this, the Lord explains same way. Sankhya Yoga or the analytical study of nature of spirit matter. You know, is the person who are inclined to speculate and understand things by experimental knowledge and philosophy. Basically, analyzing philosophically matter, spirit, permanent, eternal, eternal, temporary, all that. I to explain that. So, yes.
instead of trying to like just let it happen, just go with Krishna's will, someone tries to understand it like analytically and break it down. It's not possible.
Correct.
Then
And then you may come to Krishna eventually. You come to Krishna. This is called, eventually you can come. So that's why Sankhya Yoga becomes Bhakti Yoga. But it's like a little indirect path. But you can directly take to Krishna consciousness. And you anyway understand everything. Difference between soul, body. You understand anyway. But it's a direct method. Direct engagement in devotional service. Is it clear? Because the next verse. Raghu, are you going fast?
No.
Yeah. Na karmanam anarambhan naiškarmyam purushostute nata sannyasa siddhim samadhi gacchati. You read the translation.
not merely by abstaining from work can one achieve freedom from reaction, nor by renunciation and the renunciation alone can one attain perfection.
Yeah. So what does it mean?
One cannot attain perfection just by renunciation or just by
So merely abstaining the work, one cannot achieve freedom from action. Renunciation alone cannot attain. Basically, what kind of renunciation? Only if you simply give up the work. So yeah. So simply if you give up the work and become renounced, but if you're not engaging in Krishna consciousness, it won't help you. The Prabhupada says about that. Such kind of renunciation is not right. It's a disturbance, he says. Such kind of renunciation disturbance. When it is not, so they think that they are God and they simply speculate, and they have no understanding of devotional service. Such kind of renunciation is disturbance in the society. Prabhupada says like that. Yeah. So he says here, I will just read. External inactivity does not produce perfection. Renouncing work externally while remaining attached internally is not renunciation. Okay. Arjuna's equation, not working equals spirituality, is corrected. Not working is not spirituality. So external renunciation, internal detachment. So external renunciation is not equivalent to internal detachment. So internal detachment happens when you become Krishna conscious. So if you become renounced but not Krishna conscious, then your renunciation is not proper renunciation. Correct, no? But a person may not be externally renounced, but if he is fully Krishna conscious, he is actually renounced. So simply resigning from one's job does not remove material desires. You have to become Krishna conscious also. Understand, no? And even if you are working, but if you are Krishna conscious, then you are good. Renunciation is a change of consciousness. What is renunciation? True renunciation is a change of consciousness. You have to give up that mentality that I am Lord of this world. I am servant of Krishna. That is real renunciation. It's not just external change. It's a change of consciousness. Escaping duty is not liberation. Like one devotee wanted to chant at Radha Kund. I told her that thing. 192 rounds. And then Prabhupada, we did not want him to. He was announcing all his Krishna conscious duties. No? Then he found him in petrol pump and he was filling petrol. He said that I already chanted all my rounds. He got blooped. He fell from his position. You can see that, correct? So we don't have to renounce our duties. We have got so many duties in Krishna consciousness, book distribution, chanting, reading. We should not renounce it also. So escaping duty is not liberation. So if you are giving up the duties in material life and coming to Krishna, if you are joining also full time, then we should be more working hard for Krishna. That's how we should be. Hello, how are you? Very nice. We are discussing Bhagavad Gita. You understand this point? So escaping duty. So now the next verse, text 3.5. Nay kasyati क्षणमपि जातु तिष्ठति कर्म कृत कार्यतेरवशा कर्मा सर्वा प्रकृति जय गुणै. Read the translation.
Everyone
Let's God also read something. Okay, you read. No.
Everyone is forced to act helplessly according to the qualities he has acquired from the knowledge of material nature. Therefore, no one can refrain from doing something, not even for a moment.
So nobody can remain inactive. Even if you take renunciation, can you remain inactive? No, you have to act. Correct? Even if you take renounce, you give up everything, can you remain inactive? So you need engagement. So Krishna consciousness is not about just inaction. It's about engagement. When hippies were there, when they joined Krishna consciousness, Prabhupada gave them so much engagement. 8 hours of kirtan, 10 hours, 12 hours of book distribution, and temple cleaning, management, reading books. So much of engagement. They did not have time for anything. No time for Maya, no time for illusion. Thoroughly packed like that. So this is how Krishna consciousness is. We cannot be inactive. So nobody can remain inactive. Material nature impels everyone to act. Even thinking is a form of activity. When you are sleeping also is activity. So since action is unavoidable, learn to spiritualize action through Karma Yoga. That means you should spiritualize all your activities in Krishna's service. The real question is not should I act, but for whom am I acting? Whatever you have to act for whom? You have to ask whom. Write this question. The real question is not should I act, but for whom am I acting? Correct. Human life constantly involves choices and responsibilities. Krishna's wisdom centered approach trains Arjuna to make proper decisions rather than blindly following authority. Krishna's wisdom centered approach trains Arjuna to make proper decisions rather than blindly following authority. So he trains him. Human life constantly involves choices and responsibilities. So we have choices how we want to act. So he's saying the body is only dead vehicle to be worked by the spirit soul, which is always active and cannot stop even for a moment. So we cannot stop acting. So in contact with material energy, spirit soul acquires material modes, and to purify the soul, necessary to engage in duty and join the Shastra. This is, if someone takes to Krishna consciousness, this is the verse, you see the meaning of the verse. Even someone takes to Krishna consciousness, even though he may not follow the prescribed duties in Shastra or execute the devotional service properly, and even though he may fall down from the standard, there is no loss or evil for him. But if he carries out all the injunctions for purification of the Shastras, what does it avail him? Avail if he does not become Krishna conscious. So one has to come to the platform of Krishna conscious. Even if you do all prescribed duties nicely, we are not becoming Krishna conscious, useless. And when we have given the work, worldly responsibility, and you come to Krishna and you are engaging Krishna conscious, even though imperfectly, that is more worth. Even though you may again fall, more worth, because that is something helping you to be Krishna conscious. Correct? No? So Krishna consciousness is a real game. Even if you are doing a prescribed duty a bit imperfectly. You getting this point? So we cannot stop acting. We can transform the purpose of our action. Karma Yoga changes consciousness while action may the same sometimes. Any question, tell them? Next verse. Karmendriyani samyamya ya aste manasa smaran indriyanan vibhudatma mithyachara sauchyate. Read the translation.
One who restrains the senses of action, but whose mind dwells on sense objects, certainly deludes himself and is called out.
Oh. So that means somebody may give up the work externally, but is still planning for sense gratification. Then he becomes pretender. So that's why one has to thoroughly engage in Krishna service and engage in the thing. So can you read this whole verse? Just read the.
So many pretenders refuse to work with Krishna.
And he will explain. Our thought will explain because he heard me.
There are many pretenders who refuse to work with Krishna consciousness, but make a show of meditation, while actually dwelling within the mind upon sense enjoyment. Such pretenders may also speak on dry philosophy in order to pull up sophisticated followers, but according to this verse, these are the greatest cheaters. For sense enjoyment, one can act in any capacity of the social order, but if one follows the rules and regulations of his particular status, he can also make gradual progress in purifying his existence But he who makes a show of being a yogi while actually searching for objects of sense gratification must be called the greatest cheater. Even though he sometimes speaks of philosophy, his knowledge has no value because the effects of the sinful man's knowledge are taken away by the illusionary energy of the Lord. But the pretender's mind is always impure, and therefore his show of yogic meditation has no value whatsoever. I read.
You were disturbed by your actions.
What action?
You kept abandoning us, so
I kept what?
you kept leaving, so you got the gift.
You became upset with me. Please tell me.
That's good.
He's telling that he became upset and he left.
Want to get water?
Huh?
He went to get water.
Okay, so you explained?
Read. They both went away.
They both went away.
Yeah, I
Good.
went looking.
Looking for him.
So this one, I'm pretty sure, says people may think they know what they're talking about or try to analyze the Gita in a way that they can express it in a show of what they know, but don't actually understand the deeper message behind the actual practice and how it takes more effort um, to separate the mind from the soul and realize that in order to do that, you have to separate entirely. And if you have any attachment, then you're pretending to know more than you do.
And what they do? What kind of activities they do?
They try to speak of philosophy, they try to make a show of being a yogi, but they don't actually aren't actually one. They don't actually try, don't actually have the practice.
Yeah, correct. So basically, they have still the goal of sense gratification. So they may restrain the senses of action externally, like they may pose themselves a religionist, some kind of yogi. They may do that externally speaking, but their goal is still sense gratification. Like that may help them to have some kind of status, something, some kind of followers, but their still goal is sense gratification. So it's saying the mind dwells on sense gratification, and then he may endeavor also for it. And such a person is become a pretender. Getting me? So knowledge has no value because the effects of such a sinful man's knowledge are taken with the illusory energy of the mind. So actually they want sense enjoyment, but they're acting in some capacity of a renouncement. But their goal is sense gratification. It's called pretender. A devotee may be struggling, but their struggle is when, as morning we were discussing, when he having a goal of purifying his senses. He wants to improve. Then he's not pretending. So he may be struggling, he may be sometimes sleeping, falling, but he is repenting about it. He's not justifying it. He's seeking help and he's trying to improve upon it. So that is genuine. But hypocrisy means you want to continue, the way you are, you justify, you don't seek help, you have no action plans to improve yourself. Like that. Rather, you just want to maintain that feeling that, oh, I'm good. And you are engaging in something not proper, and you are doing some wrong things, and you are justifying you're okay to go with that. So that is pretending. Next verse. Okay, wait. Then it says here, Krishna now exposes false renunciation. Merely stopping external work does not make one detached. A person who restrains the working senses while continually dwelling on sense enjoyment is called a mithyachari. Okay. Internal consciousness is more important than external appearance. Internal consciousness is more important than external appearance. Attachment hidden inside the mind eventually manifests in behavior. When your attachment is hidden inside, it will manifest in behavior, because the person will again do some kind of wrong. Premature renunciation without purification leads to hypocrisy. So if you are not purified and premature renunciation, but actually, see, another thing is that if somebody is premature means what? He's not coming with the right understanding. No, that is premature. Like he's still having some idea of relaxing, posing out. No, he hasn't come with the understanding that I want Krishna. That is premature. Like you forcefully, you give him some carrot. Hey, you come, you have a nice day. Come to our ashram, you'll have a nice day. No, it will be good. Freedom from all material life. Just be good. No? With all these reasons, if you come, it's called premature. Mature means you come, I'll work hard for Krishna. You may have conditionings. That's not the meaning of premature. You may have anarthas, conditioning. That doesn't matter. What matters is whether your purpose is very strong and your purpose is very high. You have come only for Krishna and you want to work hard for Krishna. I want to purify myself. That is not premature. This is very, very mature devotee. He's come for the right reasons. That is maturity. You understand this one? So that is real renunciation. That's what it says. A person resigns from work claiming to be detached but constantly dreams of prestige, wealth, or enjoyment. External renunciation has not purified the heart. Why does Krishna criticize hypocrisy more strongly than ordinary material life? Yes. Why does Krishna criticize hypocrisy more strongly than ordinary material life? Because that is setting the wrong example also, right? See, somebody is a devotee and is indulging in some wrong actions. He will spoil the faith of many more people. Correct me? You understand? So renunciation begins in the heart. Dress cannot replace purification. Just because you change the order, doesn't mean you're purified. You have to work hard. Better honest struggle than false perfection. Means if somebody is having ulterior motives and all that, it's better to first prepare yourself. Come with the right motives. Come get with the proper intentions. When you fix in that, then you come and then engage accordingly. You understand? So sometimes for some reasons they may want to come and then that's not proper. It's better honest struggle than false perception. So you struggle and get right motives, become very fixed in purpose, then one can take renunciation also. You understand this point? Next verse. Yasvindriyani manasa niyamyar bharte Arjuna कर्मेंद्रिया कर्म योगम सक्तः कर्मेंद्रिया कर्म योगम असक्ता सा विशिष्यते. Yeah, 7th was read the translation.
On the other hand, sincere person tries to control the active senses by the mind and begins karma yoga and Krishna consciousness attachment leads by heart superiority.
Yeah. So Krishna contrasts the hypocrite with the genuine karmi yogi. Contrasting. So he's saying, if the sincere person tries to control the active senses by the mind and begins karma yoga without attachment, he is far superior. One who controls the senses through intelligence and performs prescribed duty without attachment is superior. Control begins with intelligence directing the mind. Duty performed for Krishna purifies consciousness. No, that's fine. I just removed it so that you focus on what I'm saying. Otherwise, you don't note down. So I want you to note down some points. Control begins with intelligence directing the mind. Control begins with intelligence directing the mind. Duty performed for Krishna purifies consciousness. So when you're performing all the duties in Krishna's service, I mean, for the sake of Krishna, that will also purify consciousness. Engagement in service is safer than artificial withdrawal. So we have to engage in devotional services than just withdrawing. Correct, no? Application. Convert ordinary responsibilities into devotional service by changing the consciousness. Convert ordinary activities into so this is to change the consciousness behind the work. We have to change the consciousness behind the work. So question, what makes two people performing the same activity spiritually different? What makes two people performing the same activity spiritually different?
The intention.
Intention. Intention? Correct. Yes. Yeah, consciousness or intention, consciousness. So somebody may be working like a job. Other person also a job, but the consciousness is different. Like when we were working, we had only one thought. We were trying to have this thought that I have to just work so that I can have some money, give to the parents and join the temple. So we wanted to just work for some time because we need to do some responsibility and then join the temple full time. And what do we have to give up? So we are trying to work to get money, to get gratification and all that. We are not so much thinking on that. Correct. So consciousness matters. Engagement with purification is superior to imitation of renunciation. Consciousness transforms action. So read the third 3.8 verse. Read this person, last one line. A sincere person, read this.
Sincere.
No, read from here. Read from here. For self-realization from here.
For self-realization, one can live a controlled life as described in the Shastras and continue carrying out his business without attachment, and in that way make progress. A sincere person who follows this method is far better situated than the false pretender who adopts a show bottle spiritualism to keep the innocent public. A sincere sweeper in the street is far better than the charlatan meditator who meditates only for the sake of making a living.
You're able to understand? You're not reading those. Be focused. Try to focus. So he's saying that one should be sincere sweeper, street sweeper, because he's being honest, sincere, genuine. Then he is more superior than somebody who is meditating for the sake of making a living. He has got an ulterior motive while taking a path of a spiritual life.
Like fruitive person is more better than
not fruitive worker, karma yoga means he is not working for results, but is working as an offering to Krishna. But somebody is renouncing the work and is trying to become a yogi, a meditator. But he is indulging in some gratitude. That kind of pseudo renunciation is false.
Yeah, but a karma kandi is better than just all better.
No, he is talking about karma yogi actually. Karma yogi means what? The one. Yeah, but sometimes somebody may consider the person who has taken renounced order as to be superior, may think like that. That's what I'm saying. So it's nothing wrong if you have renounced certain activities, but in the renounced order, you are having many other spiritual activities, like that. So let's say he may not be working the way some karma yogi may be working sometimes. They may be doing some the work which is maybe direct Krishna conscious work also. But he is working still. That's why in Krishna consciousness also is kind of, it's like a karma yoga in that sense. But it's bhakti yoga. It's like you're doing a lot of activities for satisfying Krishna. So Krishna karma we do. We don't do karma, ordinary karma, we do Krishna karma. We do all activities for Krishna. Understand? So, karma, actually, in one sense, karma kandi be better also for Mithachari. Because karma kandi, at least he is grossly saying, I want material life, material enjoyment. And he's following that path. But the person who takes false renunciation and then is wanting to just some gratification, he'll destroy the faith of many. That is much more dangerous. A sincere karma kandi, karma yogi also is better than such kind of false pretender. Understand? Yeah. But what you're saying is, yeah, you're saying that a sincere person follows methods forward to say that false pretender who adopts show what is spiritualism to cheat the innocent public. Yeah. See, this is basically talked about not a Krishna conscious devotees. Talked about there are many pseudo renunciants, yogis. In India, it is filled with that. You know that. To take up this kind of thing. But they have a still goal of material life. So that kind of understanding of renunciation is false. Come with some kind of ulterior motive and you take some renounce order. Renunciation path of a yogi or jnani, understand, which they not, then they want to sit and meditate. Prabhupada writes, he goes to a secluded place and meditate or chant just for some kind of prestige. That is not advisable. Next question. So, 3.8. Netam kuru karmam tam ipalyan. Karmam tam karma jayo karmanaha. Sharira yatra pichatena. Prasiddheda karmanaha. Read.
Perform your prescribed duty for doing so is better than not working. One cannot even maintain one's physical body without work.
Yeah, so perform your prescribed duty. Krishna rejects laziness and escapism. Even maintenance of the body requires activity. Nobody can avoid responsibility. Prescribed duty is an opportunity for purification. Neglect of duty is not spirituality. Soldier, doctor, or parent cannot abandon responsibility simply because circumstances become difficult. Duty is privilege for purification. Spirituality perfects responsibility, it does not abolish it. Duty is privilege for purification. Spirituality perfects responsibility, it does not. See, there's like different gradations. Let's say somebody is not taken Krishna consciousness. And if he is doing his prescribed duties, like say he's doing his grahastha dharma nicely, he's doing his dharma towards his ancestors and things like that. When he does that nicely, then he gets purification. It's called typically karma kand kind of situation. And then he may be little karma yogi if he is doing it with the understanding of offering the fruits to some higher cause, supreme, that way. So this kind of thing will lead to some kind of knowledge. Correct? It will lead to some kind of knowledge, some kind of purification. But if he gives up the duty and he doesn't get into Krishna consciousness, so that will not lead anywhere good. So nobody can, so one has to be responsible. So even if you take to Krishna consciousness, we have to be responsible. Like even when some, in our college, when devotee was to Krishna consciousness, but then he would not study. And in services also, he'd be like little sometimes choosy about, I think so. So sometimes people don't take responsibility after coming to Krishna consciousness. They want to just, want to be relaxing and peaceful. But that's not good. When you come to Krishna consciousness, you have to work harder. I was saying an example, right? Somebody joined the ashram and he told, they were told to roll the bread. And then, can you tell?
Yeah, you also told me.
I told you.
It was like, right, when the masters came to the newly masters came to the service and they were saying, I want to roll this bread, right? It's our first day here. I paid $100 for bread, even though it's for Krishna, I don't want to do it, right? And then after that, we left.
And he said, I am from very big college.
Right.
I'm meant for preaching. I'm not meant for rolling bread.
But he came back for many years, and then he realized that he wanted to roll bread. He wanted to do this because it was for Krishna and it filled his heart. After kind of, I forgot why he came back, but he came back, but he had more of this.
You know?
It's because He got married and he did not know.
So he got married and his wife got some back problem. And because of that back problem, she could not go to the kitchen and she could not roll the bread. So now this fellow has to roll the bread and he was not able to come to the temple. So the lesson is that you may not work for Krishna. You may say this kind of that decision, but actually material nature is going to make you work. Now he is not serving Krishna, he has to survive to that, but he has to serve some. Like that. You cannot be inactive. Go to the next verse. This is yeah. So spirituality perfects responsibility, does not abolish it. So we become very responsible. We become properly responsible because we are doing it for Krishna. So then we are doing it much more responsibly. Like Grahastha sees his kids and wife as Krishna's property. So he will take care in a way that they are facilitated in their devotional service nicely. So he's not unnecessarily neglects like that. Correct. And then 9th verse. Jagnat karma nonyatra lokoyam karma bandhanaha tadartham karma kaunteya mukta karma samachare. Samachara. Read the translation.
Work has to be reformed as a sacrifice for Vishnu. Otherwise, the work causes bondage in the material world. Therefore, O son of Kunti, perform your prescribed duties for its satisfaction. And in that way, you will always remain free from bondage. Yeah. So, Mukta Sangha Samachara is saying. That means the work, when it is done for Lord Vishnu, then it leads to liberation. So, work done as a sacrifice to perform, this will not cause bondage. But when you work for the sake of gratification, that causes bondage. Otherwise, work causes bondage. So perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction, and that way you will always remain free from bondage. So, if you want to avoid bondage, offer all your work for Vishnu or Krishna. That is the way you can remain free from all bondage. So yajna, people think mainly what yajna means. Okay, have a fire sacrifice, Om Swaha. That is the thing like yajna. But actually, yajna actually means what? When you do any activity for service of Krishna, for the pleasure of Krishna, it's called yajna. This is sacrifice. Chanting also is yajna. Book distribution is yajna. Cooking is yajna. Speaking classes is yajna. Hearing the classes is yajna. Making notes is yajna. Paying attention to the classes, yajna. Yajna. Offering worship to the Lord is yajna. So all the eating prasadam is yajna. So anything you do for doing job and getting money and using it all for Krishna services, yajna. So anything you do for the service of Krishna is yajna. That we have to understand. It says Krishna introduces the yajna principle. Work performed for sacrifice liberates. Work performed selfishly causes bondage. So sacrifice means offering one's work to a higher purpose. When you sacrifice thing for higher purpose, that is sacrifice. Means when you offer your work for a higher purpose, and the highest purpose is Krishna conscious purpose. When you are offering everything for Krishna, that is the highest yajna. But that yajna is liberating or awakening love for Krishna. So he says every society survives because people contribute as well as receive. Loka Sangra begins with responsible sacrifice. So marriage, family life, citizenship, community all require sacrificing immediate impulses for a greater good. Selfish work binds, sacrificial work liberates. Give back to the whole from which you receive. Because we are receiving from Krishna, we give it back, then we are free from the bondage. But very simple, like say, you go to a public garden. And after going to a public garden, can you use anything for your own selfish purposes there? Can you take a fruit and eat? Public garden, you can't. Can you take the seat which you are for sitting, take it to your house? You cannot do that. Correct? It is a public garden. You can be there, but you have to acknowledge it is all governments. Right?
You can use it for government service. Like say somebody is helping out in trimming, you can help in trimming. You can do that. I mean, you can help. That's fine. Correct. So same way, this is God's abode. This is all Krishna's abode. This is Krishna's place. So when you do everything for the pleasure of Krishna, that is fine. As per Krishna's direction for the service of Krishna, then you are pleasing Krishna. That's why you are getting freedom from bondage. But you take anything without acknowledging it is Krishna's for your own gratification, you become thief. And that is why it is binding. That's why this leads to bondage. You're getting this point? So bondage, because you are becoming a thief. When you don't acknowledge it is Krishna, then enjoy. Let's say this is my home. You think you are my home. You're not a devotee and you have your land. You have purchased the land. And legally you are the owner of that land. And you're using that land for having nice TV screen, you're watching movie, enjoying, you're saying, I'm not doing anything, I'm not doing anything illegal, I'm doing my legal things, I have my own money, for that only I'm enjoying. Getting what I'm saying? So that property which you have, that assets what you have is all you're enjoying for your own gratification. So tell me, will you still are liable for punishment or not?
Yeah.
Legally everything fine.
Yeah.
No government will say anything to you.
But
police also will not tell anything.
But in Krishna's eyes, it is.
Yes. Because it is Krishna's property. It is Krishna's assets. So you are not acknowledging it is Krishna's. And you are using it for your own gratification without acknowledging it. So you are become thief in the eyes of Krishna because it is his. And you are saying it is mine. So if a devotee possesses anything, what he says, it is not mine. It is in care of. In care of Raghava Kripa Das. Because it is not mine, it is Krishna. And I have to use it in Krishna's service. This laptop, it is mine? No, it is Krishna, but in my care.
Service of it.
Yeah, so I have to use it laptop in whose service? Krishna's service. This mobile, is this whose? Krishna. But I have this mobile in my care. So I can use it for Krishna's service. My body, whose it is? It is Krishna's body. So I have to use it in whose service? Krishna's service. If I use my body for my own gratification, my hands for my own gratification, then I am thief. And then I have to suffer. That leads to bondage. My mind, whose property? Then I have to use my mind as what Krishna says. Krishna says, think of me. I have to think of him. If I don't think of Krishna, if I think of something else, I have become a thief. Then I have to suffer. My skills, my intelligence, my senses, all belongs to Krishna. So I have to acknowledge it and I have to use it. And that's how we are doing yajna. So yajna means always being aware everything belongs to Krishna and engage everything in Krishna's service. That is, you are doing yajna. Then you are free from all bondage. It's a life, it's an honest life of recognizing everything belongs to Krishna and I am using everything in Krishna's service. You getting this point? You can take. You can eat prasadam, you can have darshan, you can sit, but acknowledge it is Krishna's. And Krishna is kind, he has given me this place to sit. Krishna is kind, he has given me the prasadam to eat. Krishna is kind, he has given me the family members to be with. You can be with them, no problem. But you acknowledge it is all Krishna's. And you engage with everything in a way that Krishna is pleased. Correct? Like we have come here, you're sitting here in this temple room. So you have to be mindful of what is who. As per the temple management authorities, what way you should conduct here. Correct? Let's say in the temple room, you start entering in the altar. Can you do that?
No.
You cannot. Because that's not allowed. You're getting? You can say, no, it's fine. I know. You say, suppose, this Mataji gives $100 to this Mataji and says that. And she says, yeah, now you can go. Now she is telling among themselves, but they are not the owner. Owner is somebody else. So among us, we say, this is my land, I give you money. But they're not acknowledging who is the real owner. Among you cannot settle out. Right? You have to follow the real person who is the owner. So real owner is Krishna. You getting this point? So you have to follow what he has to say. How you should deal, how you should act. Correct, no? So in this temple, you have to act. We can take the facility, no problem. You can sit, you can go and take prasadam in that room, you can use the restroom, right? They're giving the fruits, you can take the fruits. You can do all that. But in a way, it is pleasing to the temple authorities. Getting or not? You can take benefits, no problem. But you acknowledge it is temples. I am receiving this thing, right? And you're grateful. And you're not going to do anything which is going to displease the Lord or displease the authorities. Yes? That's an honest life. But your intention is to serve the temple, contribute to the temple. You don't want to hurt the temple. You also get benefited, no, but you want to contribute also. This is how the mood is, right? So we are benefited by Krishna in Krishna's association, but we want to act for Krishna's pleasure. That's the mood. So any other work done in the material world will cause a bondage. So one has to work for the satisfaction of Krishna only. This is the art of doing work. In the beginning, the process requires very expert guidance. So that's why we have to be guided by an expert devotee of Krishna. And who is that? Spiritual master. So he's saying nothing should be performed for some gratification. Everything should be done for satisfaction of Krishna. Everything should be done for satisfaction of Krishna, and nothing should be done for some gratification. Because some gratification will lead to bondage. And this practice will not only save one from reactions of work, but also gradually elevate one to the transcendental loving service of the Lord, which alone can raise one to the kingdom of God. Okay, next verse. Sahayagya praja sastra purovacha prajapatihi anena prasividdhamesha eshavo swaishta kamadho. Read the translation.
The beginning of creation, the Lord of all creatures sent forth generations of men and demigods, along with sacrifices for Vishnu, and blessed them by saying, "Be thou happy by this
Yagya.
sacrifice, because its performance will bestow upon you everything desirable for living happily and achieving liberation."
So here he's telling Krishna explains the sacrifice is woven into creation itself. In the creation also, even if somebody wants to enjoy, there is a way to do it. Even that sacrifice is there, even there also. Human prosperity depends upon cooperation with the divine arrangement. So that means even in this world, if you want to be peaceful and happy and enjoying like that, even in that terms also, you need to cooperate with the divine arrangement. So there are demigods, so there also one has to. So he's saying here, in the beginning, is the Lord of sent forth generation of men and demigods along with sacrifice of Vishnu, and bless them by saying, by performance of yajna, you be happy. Everything will be provided that way. So all living entities in the material creation are conditioned by material nature because of their forgetfulness of their relation to Vishnu. The Vedic principles help us to understand this eternal relation. The Lord says the purpose of Vedas is to understand Him. One has to come to Vishnu eventually, like that. So Vishnu is the actually the Lord Vishnu is the Param Prajapati. He is the Lord of all living creatures. And he says the Lord created this material world to enable the conditions to learn how to perform yajna for the satisfaction of Vishnu, so that while in the material world they can live very comfortably without anxiety, and after finishing the present material body they can enter into the kingdom of God. You can underline this point. What he says? He says, can you underline? The Lord created this material world to enable the conditioned souls to learn how to perform yajna. To learn how to perform yajna, that is sacrifices.
Wait,
The purport. The Lord created this material world. Page number 148.
The Lord created the material world to enable the conditioned souls to learn how to perform anyas, sacrifices for the satisfaction of Vishnu. Okay.
Yeah. And
so in the material world they live very comfortably without anxiety. They're finishing the present material body. They enter into the kingdom of God.
Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah, there's a whole program. We read this. That's the whole.
There's a whole program for the conditioned soul.
Yeah. Read it further also by performance.
Performance of Vanya.
Conditioned souls.
The conditioned souls gradually become Krishna conscious and become godly in all respects.
Yeah, read the further.
In the age of Kali, the
Sankirtan Yajna, the chanting of the holy names of the Lord.
Recommended by Vedic scriptures, and this transcendental system was introduced by Lord Chaitanya for the deliverance of all men in this age.
Sankirtan Yajna.
And Krishna consciousness. well together. Lord Krishna, the Lord Krishna, and Lord Chaitanya is mentioned in the Srimad Bhagavatam as follows with special reference to the
11.532. So it says this verse, in this age of Kali, people who are endowed with sufficient intelligence will worship the Lord, who is accompanied by his associates by performing Sankirtan Yajna. Other Yajna prescribed in Vedic literatures are not easy to perform in this age of Kali. So that means all other Yajnas which Lord is telling can do that. It's not possible. So best is what we should do. Perform Sankirtan Yajna. Sankirtan Yajna means engage in devotional service of the Lord. When you engage in devotional service of the Lord, then you can easily satisfy all the superior authorities of this material universe as well as the Supreme Lord also. That's the best way to please. And ultimately, the purpose of any yajna is to satisfy Vishnu only. Ultimately, even if you are having some kind of sacrifice where demigods are involved, ultimately the purpose is to satisfy Lord Vishnu. So even Prithu Maharaj and great devotees, when they would do some sacrifices for demigod, they would think that is ultimately for satisfaction of Vishnu. And they would see demigods as limbs of Lord Vishnu. Is it clear, this point? So he says the demigods being pleased by sacrifices will also please you. And then read this next 11th video translation.
The demigods pleased by sacrifices will also please you. And that by cooperation between man and demigod, prosperity will reign for all.
Oh. So what does it mean? What does this mean? Yes.
the sacrificing more, more prosperity in general.
Yeah. Pleased by sacrifice, then they will also get awards and benediction. Like say somebody worships Indra, Chandra, Surya and all that. So if they're doing yajna properly, all the demigods are satisfied, then they will also get their material needs fulfilled. So there's a system in this universe made like this. The system is there. So prosperity will be automatic there. But again, Prabhupada will clarify, in this age, the way to satisfy all the demigods is actually Sankirtan Yajna, because you satisfy the Lord directly. And then all the demigods are automatically satisfied. So you don't have to do any separate sacrifice for the demigods if you are worshipping the Supreme Lord and you are engaging in Sankirtan Yajna. So there is a pastime of where the Brajavasis, they were doing Indra Yajna, so that Indra can give rain. So that was the tradition. And then Krishna came and told, don't do that. You worship Govardhan. All the paraphernalia which you were, they had arranged, we told everything bring and we'll worship Govardhan Hill now. And there was the intention of Krishna to purify the false pride of Indra, because Indra is also one of his devotees, but very powerful devotee. He is in charge of the rain. So that's how Indra actually got eventually purified, because Krishna, what he did, took everything which was meant for him. So he became very disturbed. And then Indra, got Samvartaka cloud, and he very mercilessly ordered the Samvartaka cloud to devastate the whole Braj by heavy rain. And then columns of rain would come, and they just completely flooded the Vrindavan. And all Vrindavan Vasis were like in helpless situation. That time Krishna lifted the Govardhan Hill. We are reading about it, right? Govardhan, he lifted the Govardhan Hill. In Updeshamrita, nectar of instruction, not here. Nectar of instruction, Govardhan Hill. So he lifted the Govardhan Hill. And then all the Vrajvasis got shelter. You understand? And then Indra realized his mistake and he asked forgiveness. But the point is that one doesn't have to, engage in any of the sacrifices, especially in the days of Kali Yuga, because one thing, it is very difficult to do it. It's not very much, feasible. And second thing is, when you're worshipping the Supreme Lord, which is the highest thing, when you're worshipping the Lord, satisfying the Lord, then all the demigods are automatically satisfied. So we don't have to worry about separately satisfying the demigods, like that he says. This point clear. But that arrangement is there. So what here Krishna is teaching that, see, that sacrifice is so important. You have to be responsible. You cannot live an irresponsible life. Correct, no? Because he's proving the point that everybody has to do some work, responsibly, and then you should be sacrificing like that. So that's what he's telling the point. And then he says what things he says, let's see. So as Krishna expands the yajna principle, human beings and devas cooperate within the Lord's arrangement. Gratitude replaces exploitation. So when you are grateful for your receiving, then you tend to not exploit things also. Correct. So gratitude nourishes devotion. Taking without giving creates imbalance. Correct. Text 12.
Prabhuji, is there a Sunday feast?
Which one?
Sunday feast.
Somebody is giving.
Who said he was to-
Achha, did he come?
I think there was so, but I was just asking, is there like something in the beginning or?
I don't know. Actually, I'm taking class since morning 10:30. Yeah, till 11 since 11 I'm just going on and on. That's why we are not in that form of like just beginning there on. We just continue. Yeah, we can go. If he comes, we'll go.
Oh, that's fine. We can, I'm just wondering whether it's happening or not.
No, we may be like out of like it just.
Yeah.
So if he comes, we'll go. No. So he says, see, you can read this line by the last paragraph by performance of yajna.
The performance of yajna, one edible becomes satisfied, and by eating sanctified foodstuffs, one's very existence becomes pure.
So you can understand it's like prasadam, because yajna shishta, that is prasadam. So read by performance of yajna, that means so how we perform yajna, we offer the food to Krishna. So that we take prasadam, right? So what happens by performance of yajna, once eatables become sanctified, and then by eating sanctified, foodstuffs.
Stuffs one very becomes purified by purification of existence, minor tissues and memory become.
So see, when existence is purified, by purification of existence, finer tissues in the memory become sanctified. So our the finer tissues get purified. So when you take prasadam, it's actually making your brain tissues very fertile for understanding spiritual subject matter. Just by taking prasadam. So, because existence is purifying and you are developing the finer tissues here. And that is going to help you to understand Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam and everything. So prasadam is a wonderful way to purify your existence and develop that finer tissues in the memory. And then when memory is when your memory is sanctified, when your brain is having that finer spiritual, finer tissues for understanding spiritual matter, then you can understand the path of liberation very nicely. You can think of the path of liberation very nicely. And all this combined together lead to Krishna consciousness, the great necessity of present day society. So how this yajna is so important? Because when you do yajna and then you eat, then everything is sanctified. And that's how you can go towards path of liberation. That's why he's saying that. So ahar should be sanctified. Then text 12. Ishtan bogan hi bodeva dasyante yajna bhavita Dattan apratayibhyo yobungte stena eva saha. Yeah, so read the translation.
The exchange of the various necessities of life, demigods being satisfied by the performance of yajna and sacrifice, will supply all necessities to you. But he who enjoys the gift without offering them to the gods is in return certainly a thief.
So he's saying this, no? So in charge of various necessities of life, demigods being satisfied with the yajna will supply all necessities to you. But if you take it, that means if you don't acknowledge these higher authorities, demigod, then you become a thief. Correct? We already explained that. So he who enjoys such gifts without offering them to the demigod is returned is a continually thief. That means if you're not doing yajna to demigods, that means what is happening? You are accepting the benefits without acknowledging, without having the gratitude. Then you become a thief, actually. And because of that, you will suffer. That's why if somebody is engaging in devotional service, then automatically demigods are satisfied. That's the highest expression of gratitude. That way we are not being thief. We'll go study room. We can take this. This also, this also, this also, this also. Then this one. I'll carry on. Table you can. You can bring it, bring it, bring it. Ah. Bring this one, bring this one. Just this one. This kind of this one. Yeah, we can go to our. Huh? 7. 7. We'll finish this chapter. What is we can finish it?
I don't have to stay until like 10 or 11 to watch. I have to wake up, I have a cab early in the morning, I won't be there.
Really? Okay, we'll do it till we'll just finish it, man. Huh? Why can't we finish it?
Why did you plan to finish first and second chapter in 1 day in 4 hours? That's impossible. Well, the schedule said that, but that's not possible. Let's send it.
What did you get for answers?
We will, 6 o'clock.
How are we gonna be able to join it?
No, probably
You
not.
can join 8:31.
No, probably, no, 6 o'clock. No, probably, come on. 6 o'clock. That's what we scheduled that. We have to follow that. No one is, I'm just going through is not, how is it going to catch it?
No, I see. No, I did not. Suddenly it's getting hot. So it's going to-
Okay, come on, I cannot do it within 6 rules.
Okay.
Krishna first explains about Kripa, then
Ah.
Okay, okay.
Different reasons. Social pressure, the social perception, then karma kanda.
7 hours and destroying your legs on another.
Destroying.
So,
Oh, Parikshit Maharaj heard continuously, 7 days and nights, and doing nothing. Correct. What do you say? Where is the Bhagavad Gita? My Bhagavad Gita. This is my Gita, right?
it's not that I'm going to die, so, okay, actually, it's not, it's not. What I'm trying to say is that.
So we will not waste time, we'll go further. So you can see demigod authorized supplying agents on behalf of Supreme Goddess Vishnu, therefore, they must be satisfied, he's saying, right? But the point is, so there are so many kinds of yajnas, because they're getting so many things. But here again, Prabhupada says, Lord Chaitanya, however, inaugurated the easiest performance of yajna, namely Sankirtan yajna. That can be performed by anyone who accepts the Krishna consciousness. So we don't have to do this yajna, that yajna, we can simply do Sankirtan yajna. You understood this plan?
Yeah.
Shall we go ahead?
It works. Oh, I skipped it.
Are you sure? You can go ahead.
Yes, but, I'll put this in sure.
3:13, right? 3:30.
Mhm. Okay, so he says, enjoying it without offering back to leads to bondage. Everything belongs to Krishna. Offer before enjoying. Prasadam consciousness transforms life. Self-centered enjoyment binds. Okay, then Prasadam 3.13. यज्ञशिष्टाशिनासन्तो मुच्यन्ते सर्वकिल्बिषैः भुञ्जते ते त्वघं पापा ये पचन्ति आत्मकारणात्. Read the translation.
The devotees of the Lord are released from all kinds of sins because they eat food which is offered first for sacrifice. Others who prepare food for personal sense enjoyment verily eat only sin.
Yeah, you can read the purport.
The devotees of the Supreme Lord or the persons who are in Krishna consciousness are called santas, and they are always in love with Lord as it is described in the Brahma Samhita. Premananja.
So go ahead further.
The santas being always in a compact of love with Supreme Personality of Godhead Govinda, the giver of all pleasures, or Mukunda, the giver of liberation, or Krishna, the all-attractive person, cannot accept anything without first offering it to Supreme Person. Therefore, such devotees always perform yagyas in different modes of devotional service, such as Sarvanam, Kirtanam, Kirtanam, Smaranam, Archanam, etc. And these performance of yajnas keep them always aloof from all kinds of contamination of sinful association in the material world. Others who prepare food for self or sense gratification are not only thieves but also the eaters of all kinds of sin.
You are calculating more than listening, bro.
How can a
You
person
have underlined points. This is important point.
how can a person be happy if he is
No, this is my Gita. Wait, oh, wait. You open the page.
Yes, bro, this is the thing.
They underline. This is an important point for me.
how can
So that's second chapter.
See, okay, tell me that how the yajna and devotional service performed.
I'm not on the page.
See, Prabhu, this is not good. You have to be attentive. We have to increase the time for because you are not attentive.
I cannot do this then. My wife. Last time also the same, the not like people are disappeared. And same thing.
Oh, this is mine. See, this is mine. I made all this.
Yes, no, it's not.
Underline.
I know, I think where mine was going.
I don't know.
We same lines.
Easier.
I'm not gonna go
this is
down.
my
Anyway.
Yeah.
how can a person be happy if he is both a thief and a sinful? It is not possible. Therefore, in order for people to become happy in all respects, they must be taught to perform the easy process of Sankirtana Yajna in full Krishna consciousness. Otherwise, there can be no peace or happiness in the world.
So you understand this point. So basically, when we are not acknowledging the Lord and we simply have to enjoy the benefits, that means we're becoming a thief. So when we perform some yajna, offering food to Krishna, that way we are free from that sinful reactions.
So I just want to say, I asked earlier how I would bless my own food. Could you just tell me like how would you finish?
No, I will send you the whole set of prayers.
And it's devotional service.
Yes. Yajna basically sacrifice, and when we say yajna in devotional perspective, it's basically serving the Lord. That is the real yajna. Because any yajna is meant for satisfying Supreme Lord. Any yajna is meant for satisfying Vishnu. So that is the meaning of yajna actually, technically speaking. So when you do chanting Hare Krishna, the highest yajna. Or Sankirtan yajna, it's the highest yajna.
But what are we sacrificing?
Very good question. We told this point. So sorry, I did not tell, sorry. In the morning I was telling other class. So see, sacrifice means what? Look, like when you are giving some, suppose something is yours, like money is yours. When you are giving it for the sake of Krishna. So why you say it is sacrifice? Why is it sacrifice? Because you would have used it for your own gratification. Right? So when you're doing actually yajna, we are putting ghee, ahuti, we are arranging money, we are giving dakshina to Purohit, all that we're doing. So it's called yajna. So you're sacrificing your money, you're sacrificing your time. So sacrifice actually means, how you say sacrifice, they are attached. We are attached to money, attached to women, attached to enjoyment, correct? So when it says sacrifice means instead of your enjoyment, you do it for higher cause. That is the meaning of sacrifice. So actually, it's not sacrifice because it's never yours in that sense. But why it is called sacrifice? Because it conditions on the mentality. The thing, it is mine. This is mind. So this is how the so very selfish person will have no sacrifice. He's only works for some generation.
So in chanting, we are sacrificing our time.
Yeah, your time, you're sacrificing your attention, you're sacrificing your mental energy, which you could have thought of Bollywood hero, Bollywood songs, but you're thinking of
It takes a
Krishna.
lot of effort to like maintain the meditative flow.
Yeah. So you are thinking of Krishna is sacrifice because you have never thought about Krishna for so many lives. You're thinking of so many varieties of things in this. How to become rich, how to become self-successful, how to do this, how to do that, how to escape from class early. Sorry. No, I'm just telling you, I'm just in general, somebody, not you. So you may have so many varieties of things, right? Mind may be thinking and maybe giving the class, but he's calculating in the so, but if he gives attention, if you pay attention, then I think what we are doing is sacrificing. Because our mind wants to do so many things. But we are making sacrifice. We are making mind to think of Krishna. We are trying to hear what is being spoken. We are making notes. We are underlining. We are very sincerely trying to understand everything. So not reviewed by Prabhupada. Okay, fine. No, I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying generally.
I'm sure.
Yeah. What? Follow.
Yesterday we said follow, like follow.
That's my name backwards.
Pula.
That's what my name backwards. You're talking about
Gopal and Kripa.
Huh?
You're talking about Palgo.
Palu was a Gopala. The Pago. Anyway, so point, what is saying? What was point I was saying? No, I was saying that, so sacrifice is what? See, when you're putting attention to something, like say, somebody comes and talks to you and gives you time and everything, so do you have sacrificed so much for me? Why? You could have done another thing.
You could have sacrificed
Sacrifice time for you. You understand? No? So then when you sacrifice. So when you are so highest sacrifices you should do for Krishna. That is high sacrifice.
sacrifice all the time.
So we are sacrificing our time from Krishna and giving to Maya. So Maya is very grateful to us. We are sacrificing Krishna and giving time. Maya will beat like anything. So once Prabhupada, somebody told Prabhupada, you have renounced everything. You're so sacrificing. You renounced everything. You're so great. Prabhupada said, no, I'm not renounced. You are renounced everything. You are so great. He said, you are making fun of me, Prabhupada. Why are you saying that? He said, I have not sacrificed. I have Krishna with me. And I'm serving Krishna. And you have so announced that you have renounced Krishna only. You are the greatest renunciation. You have renounced Krishna. That is the great renunciation. Sarcastic. That's because having Krishna is the best thing, no? But you are renouncing Krishna, that is foolishness. You are a greater renouncer. I am a renouncer. I am with Krishna. So ideally speaking, there is no sacrifice. Like mother doesn't feel I am doing sacrifice for the child because there is love. So when you have love, you don't feel like sacrifice. But we say sacrifice because we don't have love. We are attached. Still. Yeah, we are enjoying. We are using our time for other things. So when you are doing it for Krishna, it is considered sacrifice. What is highest sacrifice? Serving Krishna. And that is yajna. So our whole life should be yajna. You understand this concept? Yajna hi Vishnu. Any work you do for satisfaction of Krishna is yajna. When you're doing work for your own pleasure, that is the thing. Like suppose my Mama ji, if he comes here, Boston, and looks after me, gives me some money, and then again, whenever I sick, he again comes. So what will we say? He was so sacrificing. Why? Because he could have given all that time to his family members. Why he should come to me? Correct? So same way in this world, conditions so naturally think about his sacrifice. But when he sacrifices that and he gives to Krishna his time, money, and everything, then he's called his sacrifice. And the highest sacrifice is when you do everything for Krishna. That is high sacrifice. Is it clear?
Become monk.
Therefore, in order for people to become happy in all respect, they must be taught to perform easy process of Sankirtan Yajna in full Krishna. Otherwise, there can be no peace or happiness in this world. Next verse. Anna bhavanti bhutani parjanyadanna sambhavaha yajnat bhavati parjanyo yajna karma samudbhava. Samudbhav. Do you want to sit on chair?
Sure.
Yeah, you can give the chair. And this, no, this thing is more complicated. Yes. For him, it will be more complicated. So, give him that chair.
I like an old man. So.
It's easy. So I'll continue. So yeah, now you can read. This is very nice purport in this. Read the translation first.
All living bodies subsist on food grains, which are produced from rains. Rains are produced by performance of yajna, and yajna is born of prescribed duties.
Yeah. So when you do sacrifice, then there is rains also. So all living bodies subsist on food grains, which are produced from rains. Rains are produced by performance of yajna, and yajna is born of prescribed duties. Prescribed duties is talking about when you do prescribed performance of yajna, rains are produced by performance of yajna. And yajna is born of prescribed duties. Yeah, basically, when you do yajna, then there are rains. Because then the demigods are pleased and they will bestow rain. And the yajna is born of prescribed duties because that prescribed duties if you do and you offer it to Krishna, you offer it for higher cause. It's called karma yoga typically speaking. So that is yajna, and that will please that pleases the higher authorities. And that's how you.
But nowadays, no one is performing yajna, still rain or something.
No, it's still Sankirtan yajna is going. It is said that because the devotees are still chanting and hearing and some devotions, some devotees are doing in those planets. That's why there is still wind, I mean, water is coming, things are still working in this planet. If devotees would have been not there in this planet, forget, this world would have been hellish, more than what it is. So we are having saving grace of devotees doing some kirtan. There was a drought in Hyderabad. And then there was massive Sankirtan devotees did. And then rain came. And then the newspaper came. Hare Krishna brings rain. Chandramani was saying, there was which area? Some Virginia area, somewhere, some place area. There was a drought for 2-3 years. And there's so much of it was so much so that somebody is gardening the water, no? They'll be given fine. They'll put fine. Because why you're watering garden and someone's catching the water. So he said that in the radio, they were taking some program of Maharaj, and then they asked that, can you people bring rain? And Maharaj said, yes. And then he said, how? What should we do? He said, just tell everybody on the radio to chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra together. Just tell everyone. And do it for some time. He said that, continuously doing. And then Maharaj he said like this, and Maharaj was praying to Krishna, Krishna, don't let our nose to get cut. He was narrating that first. And then the time came and they said, Hare Krishna, they're going to bring rain and all that. And it was like heavy pressure. And then Maharaj, they started doing a kirtan, Hare Krishna, and it was put in radio. And it was requested, everybody should chant. And everybody, to participate. Because they are going to bring rain. So they did it for some hours, something. And then that afternoon there was rain. So Maharaj was saying we should not chant for some material reason. That's not good. But they had intention that let everybody can know the holy name. Let everybody chant the holy name. That way they're coming to Krishna someday. So Maharaj had that intention. And then he prayed to the Lord, oh Lord, take care, Baba. My intention is that everybody will chant, rain comes, doesn't come, it's up to you. But take care. Because it's a Chandramani Maharaj. He was telling this point. So we have sufficient incident. We brought rain by science and kirtan. So they collectively chant, they can be rain. Because demigods are automatically pleased. They're performing kirtan. So nature will not only prosperous if you're being a devotee of the Lord. Yudhishthira Maharaj, when he was ruling, everybody was more or less devotee and they were very pious. So there was profuse supply of rain, grains, rubies, minerals. So nature was profusely supplying. While the nature withdraws, when there are very sinful people, sinful acts going on, then the nature withdraws. But when we become God conscious, the nature will supply. Understand? So you can read this. Read from when Lord Krishna. Read. Is that like in between the
When
paragraph?
Lord Krishna is worshipped, the demigods who are different limbs of the Lord are also automatically worshipped. Therefore, there is no separate need to worship the demigods. For this reason, the devotees of the Lord who are innocent and consciousness offer food to Krishna and then eat a process which nourishes the body spiritually. By such action, not only are the past sinful reactions in the body vanquished, but the body becomes immunized of all contamination of material nutrient. When there is a epidemic disease or an antiseptic vaccine protects the person from the attack of such a epidemic. Thoroughly food offered to Lord Vishnu, then taken via, makes us sufficiently resistant to the material affection, and one who is accustomed to this practice is called a devotee of the Lord. Therefore, a person in Krishna consciousness who eats only food offered to Krishna, can counteract all reactions of past material infections, who are all impediments to the progress of self-realization. On the other hand, one who does not do so to increase the volume of sinful action, and this prepares the next body to resemble hogs and dogs, to suffer the resultant reactions of all sins. The material world is full of contaminations, and one who is immunized by accepting prasadam, the Lord of the food of the Lord, food offered to Vishnu, is saved from the attack. Whereas one who does not, who does not do so, is subjected to contamination. Foods, grains, or vegetables are factually edible. The human being eats different kinds of food, grains, vegetables, fruits, etc. And the human animals eat to refuse of food, grains, and vegetables, grass, plants, etc. Human beings who are accustomed to eating meat and flesh meats also depend on the production of vegetation, sorry, in order to eat the animals. Therefore, ultimately, we have to depend on the production of the field and not the production of the factories. The field production is due to sufficient rain in the sky, and such rains are controlled by the demigods like Indra, sun, moon, etc. And they are servants of the Lord. The Lord can be satisfied by sacrifices, therefore one cannot perform them, will find himself in scarcity. That is the law of nature. Jana, Jagana, specifically the Sakirtan, because that is prescribed for this age. There must therefore be performed to save us at least from scarcity of food.
At least for scarcity of food. Well, this is not the main reason, but it can anyway support. Clear, no? So offer food with devotion. So devotees honor prasadam instead of independent enjoying food. Offer food with devotion. Devotee lives as caretaker, not proprietors. Prasadam purifies selfish enjoyment and entangles. The food is, comes because of rain comes because of yajna, practicalities. The universe functions through divine order. Dharma supports society and spiritual life. Text 15. Karma brahmodbhavam vidhi. Brahmakshara samudbhavam. Tasmat sarvagatam brahma. Nityam yagne pratishthitam. So did you understand the 14th verse, this thing? That how by prasadam, eating prasadam, you are counteracting the material affection. It's writing that it counteracts your material affection. And it removes all the impediments in the progress of self-realization. That it makes you immune to Maya. So prasadam is so powerful. No? The material world is full of contamination, and one is immunized by accepting prasadam. You become immunized if you accept prasadam. You have that immunity to resist Maya. Prasadam is very important. We should not just take Maya prasad cheaply. It's like a powerful food which immunizes your system. Yeah. Read the translation.
Regulated activities are prescribed in the Vedas, and the Vedas are directly manifested from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Consequently, they are all pervading transcendence. and is eternally situated in acts of service.
Who?
Sacrifice. Who? Godhead. Who?
Yes, the root of anything. We all are promoted. Only he is still not promoted. We all are promoted.
No. Oh, that's yours.
You should not care about result.
Yes. They're saying regulated activities are prescribed in the Veda, and the Vedas are directly manifested form of the Supreme Personality Godhead. Consequently, the all pervading transcendence itself is situated in acts of sacrifice. So, he says that Yagnartha Karma. Yagnartha Karma means what? Read the purpose.
Or the necessity of worship satisfaction of Krishna only is more expressly stated in this verse. That we have to work for the satisfaction of the yajna of Krishna, then we must find a direction for work in Brahma or the transcendental Vedas. The Vedas are therefore the codes of working directions. Anything performed without the direction of the Vedas is called karma. Unauthorized, one should always take the direction of the Vedas to be safe from the reaction of work. As one has to work in ordinary one has to similarly work under direction. Direction in the Vedas, getting up to the knowledge of the body. It said, Atyam Anatobhikasya, you must become Etadya, Vedo, Yachur Veda, Sama Vedo. The four Vedas, namely Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sama Veda, and Atharva Veda, are all emanations of the breathing of the great personality of Mother. Brihad Antara Upanishad by breathing air, or as it's confirmed in the Brahma Samhita. Lord has the omnipotence to perform through each of his senses, the actions of all other senses. In other words, the Lord can speak through his breathing, and he can impregnate by his eyes. In fact, it is said that he glanced over material nature and thus fathered all living entities. After creating or impregnating conditioned souls into the womb of material nature, he gave directions in the Vedic wisdom.
So when Lord gives Vedas, he is giving the Vedas for what purpose? So that he can educate the conditioned soul how to live in this world and come back. So Lord gives the food, clothing, shelter, everything, makes arrangement in the material world. He made all arrangements. But he's giving the education also through Vedas, and then he come back to it. You understand? The purpose of the world is not to eat, sleep, and enjoy and remain here. So people take the gifts of food, grains, and everything from the Lord, but they're not taking the gift of Vedas. And they don't read the Vedas, they don't come back, they remain settled here only. So they have to know from the Vedas how to live life and come back to it. Read to me. In fact, it's something now here.
Vedic wisdom as to how such conditioned souls.
He gave his direction in the.
That's Godhead. You should always remember.
No, read from here. He gave his direction.
He gave his direction. Where?
Just about.
He gave his directions in the Vedic wisdom as how such conditioned souls can return back to Godhead. We should always remember that the conditioned souls in the material nature are all eager for material enjoyment. But the Vedic directions are so made that one can satisfy one's perverted desires and return to Godhead. Having finished his so-called enjoyment, it's a chance for the conditioned souls to attain liberation. Therefore, the conditioned souls must try to follow the process of yajna by becoming Krishna conscious. Even those who have not followed Vedic injunctions, we may adopt the principles of Krishna consciousness, and that will take place in performance of the Vedic yajna's requirements.
So it is a choice of the conditioned soul to attain liberation. Therefore, the conditioned soul must try to follow the process of yajna by becoming Krishna conscious. And even if suppose somebody has perverted desire, we discussed that. So the Vedic direction are so made that once satisfied perverted desires, then return to Godhead. Having finished his so-called enjoyment. Means if somebody is not taking direct process of Krishna consciousness, purify his concern. So then there is a gradual process. Karma, do you follow the authority of Veda? try to sacrifice for demigod and satisfy material, can try to satisfy material desire and be frustrated, and then understand material enjoyment is not going to be happy, and then get qualified for higher directions of the Vedas, and then gradually you come to the platform of knowledge, and then gradually come to the platform of bhakti, and then you can go back to that. So ultimately, it is all meant for helping you to go back to that. But it begins with following the Vedas. But Vedas are telling different things. They are telling about Karma Kanda also. This is not the highest. Karma Kanda talks about worshipping different demigod, getting some material goods, material benediction. So we don't do that. But if somebody is not ready for bhakti, devotional service, can go for it, but go no problem. At least better than living like animals. He can satisfy his material desire by following the Vedic Karma Kanda sections, worshipping demigods and all that. But anyway, he has to be frustrated. Then he will, and that will lead to some purification also. Then he will become qualified to understand it is futile. Then he will come to the higher section of Veda. It's called Jnana Kanda. And then by knowledge, you understand how this material gratification is used. And then he will see, but still just by denying material gratification, he's not happy, he becomes very dry. Then he comes to the platform of bhakti. Then he will start getting attracted to the bhakti portion of the Vedas, and which is the highest thing. And then he will come to devotional service. But you can avoid all this gradual process, so gradual process. You can directly come to bhakti. Even though you are having what your simple desire. You can come to bhakti and take the process of bhakti to purify all the simple desire, and you go back to bhakti. That's why one is encouraged to take direct process of bhakti yoga. If somebody is not taking direct process of bhakti yoga, still he is not like, no way, no. Still there can be at least some gradation of like following a Vedic authority. It's going to help some way, them also. Getting this point. If somebody is not having Krishna consciousness, at least they're in Vedic system, they're following some Vedas, Karma Kanda, no problem. Good. At least they're better than animals. Animals means they don't follow anything. That is animalistic. Right? You're getting this point? Yes, so text. So he's saying human life is meant for contribution. One who ignores the cycle of agile is only some addiction. Breaking the ignorant cycle is selfishness. Dharma harmonizes us with Krishna. Life is meant for contribution, not consumption. Okay. 16. My dear Arjuna,
My dear Arjuna, Buddhism, one who does not follow in human life, the cycle of sacrifice thus established by the Vedas certainly leads a life full of sin, living only for the satisfaction of the senses.
yeah, doesn't follow human life, a cycle of sacrifice. This is given the Vedas, then you only live a life full of sin only. And you're only living a life of sin. So as I told that work where so he's saying read this purport.
The Magnist philosophy, work very hard and enjoy sense gratification, is condemned herein by the Lord. Therefore, for those who want to enjoy in this material world, the above mentioned cycle of performing yognas is absolutely necessary. One who does not follow such regulations is living a very risky life, being condemned more and more. By nature's law, this human form of life is simply meant for more or self-realization. In either of the three ways, namely karma yoga, jnana yoga, or bhakti yoga, there is no necessity of visual degree following the performances of the prescribed yognas for the transcendentalists and who are above vice and virtue. But for those who are engaged in sense gratification, require purification by the above mentioned cycle of yogna performances.
You understand this point, no? So I'm not going to detail. Basically, when somebody is not on the platform of vice and virtue, is not able to other wisdom, take Krishna consciousness, then he can follow karma yoga, jnana yoga, can follow different paths. But come to the bhakti yoga, that eventually he will come at that way saying. But nobody can live a life of irregulation like an animal. Is very risky life because you can go to the kingdom, animal kingdom, and then you don't know when you're again going to become human being. Understand? That is the point. So indirectly, it is the practice of Krishna consciousness because when master the performance yajna, then is sure to become Krishna conscious. So by performing yajna, one does not become Krishna conscious. Such principles are counted as only moral codes. One should not therefore limit his progress only to the point of moral code. One should transcend the starting Krishna. Prabhupada is saying that, but better take Krishna consciousness. That is the highest thing. For one who takes pleasure in self, so Krishna describes a self-realized person. Satisfaction comes from the self-correction or the self-devotee intelligence. Okay. Read.
This human life is one self-realization, and who is satisfied with self only, is fully sated. For him, there is no duty. Person is fully Krishna conscious and fully satisfied by his acts in Krishna consciousness, no longer has any duty to perform. Herein, due to his being Krishna conscious, all entity within his instantly cleansed, and effect of many thousands of performances by such quivering of consciousness, one becomes fully confident in his eternal position.
What?
Yeah.
You postpone.
Hey, Prabhu.
Well, higher service or Gopal.
No, Prabhu.
Yeah,
I'll say my point in the.
wait, something.
I see.
Okay, we'll just do till 6:30. Is that okay?
Oh,
Just 6:30, Prabhu. We are already 12.
okay, then 6:30, you just say, oh, what is this? What do you mean we're about to be 12?
No, we'll just make it 6. Final. Straight and final. 6.
Oh.
You can write 6:30.
I like it. Straight and final.
Prabhu. I have people.
Prabhu, 6:30 I'm telling you. Otherwise, 12.
It's supposed to end at 4 with the court. I already put some time, I have to cancel that.
Just half an hour.
No, I cannot delay it anymore. I'll delay it in the morning.
How much time?
We're not going to finish it. After even if it's what we do.
It's 42 words. We are already on 17. We are almost half. Let's make it half. We will, but
Yeah, what is after?
yeah, if half is good. At least,
Not 6:30.
yeah, it will 6:30 will be
No, wait. How much is that?
21.
Who made that? Who made that? 21? That's 1, 2, 3,
And you
4
can
verses.
clock it out. So that's 4 verses, so that's 12 or so. That's
No. I'm telling you, 6:30 is sharp.
fine. So that's
Will not end beyond 6:30.
good.
Promise.
Is to thus become self-illuminated by the grace of the Lord. Therefore, he has no longer has any obligation to the Vedic instructions. Such a Krishna conscious person is no longer interested in material activities and takes no pleasure in material arrangements like wine and liquor.
So how suddenly Krishna is coming to this self-realized soul? He's taking a turn, right? Till now he was talking about sacrifice. So suddenly he's coming to the self-realized. So what is the answer? What is the $1 million question? It's a $1 million question. Yeah. Tell us tell this point.
I don't know.
How Krishna suddenly is taking a turn?
16, right?
Yeah.
17.
Krishna is now going to tell that there is self-realized soul also. Even he will also work. He will also not just do nothing. You getting? Like till now, it was like even those who are in this world, whatever way, but they have to be responsible. Krishna is establishing this point. So those who are animalistic life, it is condemned like anything. That's what is coming the constant thing. So they have to be at least acting on the platform of some authority. They have to follow the Vedas, Yajna. The system is there. So everybody should be sacrificing. Nobody can live a responsible life. That Krishna establishes first, right? Then he's saying, even if somebody is on the platform of Nishkama Karma Yoga, means he doesn't want any gratification. He doesn't want any gratification. He is like self-realized soul. Even such a person also, though he doesn't need to work, also will set for setting the example, he will still work. Still he will be involving in some kind of duties and all that. He will take it up. Just like Prithu Maharaj, self-realized soul. Still he will perform yajnas and all just to keep the tradition because he was a king. Is to upkeep the tradition. But when you do sacrifice, you understand all the demigods are the limbs of the Supreme Lord. Janak Maharaj example he gives. So basically, so that people should not become irresponsible. You understand? No? They should not abruptly give up. Like sometimes devotees also, like there are some very great devotees, but they are also maybe acting in the society just for the sake of people can relate to them also. They're not, they're not like attached, like they are attached to money and all. But they will do it just for the sake of example, set an example sometimes. Same way, you can see the devotees who are in renounced order of life. Sometimes they may also act in a way that, like say, they may also dress. Like if you see, we are not like dressing like going to the Himalayas and in a different way, abruptly like that. We also go to, let's say, company and give seminar. We may use laptop. We may give presentation. We may also talk in their terms. So basically, we act in the world in a way that people can take us also. Even we are renounced order also, we are still trying to be relevant to them, not like so become so irrelevant also. And the grihasthas, they also may work with the householders. They may also set a good example. They're not like, okay, Prabhu, I am transcendental, I'm Krishna conscious man, so I don't do work. The boss gave work and he says, I was chanting, so I did not come. Sorry. No. If you're signed up with that, then you have to be responsible. You have to be a monk and then responsible in Krishna consciousness. But if you are working there, then you have to be responsible. Radha would say, when I was working in a job, Radha would say that you have to work very responsibly. He would tell all of us, you have to be responsible in our work. Because they should not say that devotees are irresponsible servers. That should not create a bad image. So you have to set a good example also. That will attract people to come. And when you want to become monk, then you don't have to work in company. Then give up. Then it is fine. You understand? But when you're signing up, you have to, even though you're not attached to it, but you have to still be responsible, act responsibly for the sake of proper harmony in the society. People should not get bad idea. If you're married, then if you're acting like, you're not giving attention to kids and wife and you're completely oblivious, and then why you're married, then better you could have been monk. But if you're in responsible, if you're a grihastha order, then you have to do this way. Even though you're not attached to your wife and kids, you have to do it for the sake of setting a proper example. So whatever you sign up, you have to be responsible. If you're a monk, you have to be responsible for your masters, your temple authorities, whatever the way they have given you the duties, you have to do it. You cannot say, I'm a monk, I have come for Krishna, I will just go to New York and I just keep chanting and participating in gala and this and that. What about the duties here? So we have to do it for the sake of keeping the example, setting the example and also keeping the harmony. Important. We cannot just, to take the name of renounced order or Krishna consciousness and become irresponsible in any of our duties, wherever we have signed. Is this point clear? Yes, go ahead. Please let me know whenever there is 6:30. I have to leave Gopalpur.
I have to leave right now.
6:30.
I have to leave now, bro.
What happened? 6:30.
It's 13. So now it's not
Yes, so
Okay, let's complete one verse at least. We'll do one verse.
6:15.
we have to go to 6:30.
Okay. Or just the 21.
Let's go.
Okay, so till where we have done?
18.
Yeah, 17th is done, right?
Okay.
Yeah. The person who is fully Krishna conscious, fully satisfied by his actions, has no longer any duty to perform. His being Krishna conscious, all impiety within his system. Yes, see, very nicely.
No, we finished that.
Due to his being Krishna conscious, all impiety within his instantic cleanse and effect of many thousands of yoga performances. See, just by Krishna consciousness, you are purified, which you cannot get purified by performing so many yagyas, like fire sacrifices, doing karma kanda. That is very gradual purification. Coming to Krishna consciousness, it takes powerful purification. You don't have to go to that gradual process. By such clearing of consciousness, one becomes fully confident of his eternal position in relationship with the Supreme. His duty has thus become self-illuminated by the grace of the Lord, and therefore no longer has any obligation to Vedic injunctions. He's not obliged to follow all those Vedic injunctions. Correct? And he no longer takes pleasure in the material arrangement. See, he doesn't take pleasure in material arrangements like wine, women, and similar instructions. Next verse. A self-realized man.
A self-realized man has no purpose to fulfill in the discharge. Not to perform such work, nor has he any need to depend on any other.
Yeah. Read the verse.
A self-realized man is no longer obliged to perform any prescribed duty, save and activities in Krishna consciousness. Krishna consciousness is not inactivity either, as read in the following verses. A Krishna conscious man does not take shelter of any person, man or demigod. Whatever he does in Krishna consciousness is sufficient in the discharge of his obligation.
Yeah. So he's not obliged to anybody and doesn't take shelter of anyone. But he does it, what he does in Krishna is sufficient in the discharge of his obligation. So he's not obliged. Even if he doesn't follow, doesn't do all that, he's not obliged because he's fully Krishna conscious. He's not obliged to anyone, father, mother, this duty, that duty, he's not obliged. But still he may act in a way it does not give a wrong example to the world. Sometimes, no? If you are signed up with a, like again, if you're a monk, then it's fine. I mean, that you can do it because then you're responsible in Krishna conscious duty and you're officially signed up for that. But if you are living as a school guy, then you cannot say that I'm not going to study and let me fail. That's not good.
You said you have to have example.
Yeah, you should set the example. You should set the example. And after you set the example, you're done it with it, you want to join, then you can join monk. Then fine. Then you don't have to worry about it. But once you're there, you're signed up, you cannot be like, I'm in Krishna consciousness, so I'm okay to fail. No, I'm okay to whatever it is. That will create bad example. That's not good. That's what he's saying. So, so Krishna consciousness, so he's saying that, yeah, another thing, when I was working, then my mentor told me also that you should work in a way you should please your boss. So I think how to pleasing boss, you should please Krishna, why to please boss? No, the point is that you work in a way that you're acting responsibly, and that should be confirmed by your superiors also. Yes, you're doing good work. So that is a dignity to Krishna also. Because when you are responsible, when you're, recognized for that being responsible, other people also will say, oh, he's a devotee, and devotees are very responsible people. So that is good preaching. Like you listen, but if you come late for the class, and then we say, this fellow has become Krishna conscious man, that's why he's behaving like this. It's a very bad thing. You understand? No? So for the sake of putting the name of devotees and ISKCON community and all that, so we should be acting in a responsible way, even though you may not have so much interest there. You know that is all illusory things what they're doing, but we may do our duties responsibly even then, just to keep the proper reputation, because they people identify us. Like we cannot just break the laws. He'll say, okay, traffic, I'm a devotee, I'm transcendental, I'm not beyond, I have no obligation to government, I can just break the traffic laws. You cannot do that. They will say ISKCON fellows they're making people mad. We'll get such a bad name. So we follow the social norms and everything so that we don't literally disturb the society. We don't do that. We don't go to someone's garden and steal the flower, saying it is Krishna's flower, not your flower. Buddy, you're a thief. You're thinking it is your flower. We cannot say that. Though it's correct. But we cannot go and steal the flower and offer to Krishna and say, we are good. Because they will see us as thief only. Correct, no? You understand what I'm saying? Some of the disciples of Prabhupada were taking flower from others' garden, offering to Krishna. And the owner complained. They are doing this. Prabhupada called them and said, even though it is Krishna's flower, but it is under their care. You cannot just do that.
But if was a Krishna person,
We can take it. Or even if it's not Krishna's person, if he says, okay, fine, you take it for your religious person, I don't mind. If he allows, then it's fine. Yeah. So you have to also act in the worldly manner also. Just so that people don't unnecessarily become, disgusted with us and lose faith in Krishna. Though, yes, we are not obligated for sure. If you, it's not, it's correct. You are not doing it for yourself, it's Krishna's only. But still, we have to set the right example of it because they cannot translate it back. They won't be happy. So we have to have that kind of sense of morality while acting in this. So, of course, when it becomes an obstacle, in our Krishna consciousness, under the guidance of Guru, we can, I told some example. Some parents telling cannot chant, but you can still tell a lie and chant. You can say I'm not chanting, but you can chant. That's a different thing, right? So something we have to, sometimes we have to, I mean, we cannot compromise. And it may look like we are not acting morally. That's fine. But it should not be whimsical. We have to be guidance. We have to have guidance on Guru. We cannot just take an excuse to just keep saying lying also. You're getting it? So there is a scope of sometimes transcending certain moral, social norms, but it should be done with maturity, where it is really required, where it becomes an obstacle for our Krishna consciousness. Does it make sense? Like say somebody is getting come for the party and they they're going to eat meat and force me. Then you can say, sorry, I'm having upset. My stomach is upset. I can't eat. I can't come. So that kind of lie is not a lie. That's you're saving Krishna consciousness. Understand? So you have to know how to act and try, and we can gain maturity by guidance. Is it clear? Tasmad asakta saputam. Read that verse.
Oh, read the translation. Therefore, without being attached to the fruits of activity, one should act as a matter of duty, or by working without attachment, one obtains the supreme.
Yeah, so liberated soul has nothing personal to gain. Conditioned soul should not imitate this stage. Qualification comes before it. Okay. And it's saying to perform duty without attachment, correct? Therefore, without being attached to the fruits of activity, one should act as a matter of duty. See, as a matter of duty, you do it. You may not be attached. But by working without attachment, one attains the supreme. Then he's saying a person, if active for Krishna and Krishna consciousness under proper guidance without attachment to the result of work, is certainly making progress towards the supreme goal of. So you should find, like when you're studying in the college, you should just do as a matter of duty. You're not trying to enjoy it that. It's a matter of duty. You have to listen to the class, hear it, make notes, understand subject. But your main goal is becoming Krishna conscious. But you do it as a matter of duty, not attached to the result. You're not thinking of, I'll study, I'll earn money, and I'll enjoy. That's not your consciousness. Your consciousness is, I want to serve Krishna. My duty, I'll just bring it. So that is a proper, and my superiors want me to study, so I'll just, as a matter of duty, we do it. Under guidance, without attachment to the result of work. Then we are certainly making progress towards the supreme goal of life. So Arjuna is told that he should fight in the battle of Kurukshetra for the interest of Krishna. Krishna wanted him to fight. To be a good man or non-violent man, see, very nice. To be a good man or non-violent man is a personal attachment. To be a good man or non-violent man is a personal attachment. You can underline this. To be a good man or non-violent man is a personal attachment. This is page number 157. Page number 157. 157. Yeah, so go to the first paragraph, fourth line, fifth line, sixth line. To be a good man or a non-violent man is a personal attachment. Underline this. But to act on behalf of the Supreme is to act without attachment for the result. Nice, no? That is the perfect action of the highest degree, recommended by Supreme Personality Godhead. So Vedic rituals like prescribed sacrifices are performed for purification of impast activity that were performed in Veda. Okay. But if action in Krishna consciousness is transcendental to the reactions of good or evil work, the Krishna conscious person has no attachment for the result, acts on behalf of Krishna alone, he engages in all kinds of activities, but is completely non-attached. The devotee is non-attached. The last two verses. Karmanyehi samsiddhi asita janakadayaha loka sangrami vapi sampashyam kartum arhasi. Yes, read the translation.
In such as Janaka attained perfection solely by performance of prescribed duties. Therefore, just for the sake of educating the people in general, you should perform.
Yeah, just for the sake of educating the people. You can do it. You understand? Perform duty without attachment. Perform prescribed duty without attachment results. Other works, offer work to Krishna. Karma purifies the heart. Then how can your daily work become devotional service? Yes. Yeah. Actually, yeah, in a sense, again, it's a bhakti yoga. But he did his duties very first. His consciousness was about devotion. Yeah, that's what Karma yoga is used in a generic sense. Bhakti Yoga, but he was acting like a king. He was doing all the activities of a king. So he was acting like a Karma Yogi. You getting this point? Though in consciousness, he's a devotee only, he's Bhakta only. The example is given. So because he's self-realized soul, that's why he's saying. Kings like Janaka were all self-realized souls. Consequently, they have no obligation to perform prescribed duties in the Vedas. But he performed all those prescribed duties. Like Maharaj also, Radhanand Maharaj. He did Shraddha for his fathers. Now he has no obligation to do that. He could have just, but just to keep the tradition. If Maharaj did, then our Grahastha devotees also will do it. They should not just get out of the tradition. Many people will imitate it. So Maharaj doesn't need, because he himself is pure devotee. He's chanting Hare Krishna. Why he needs to Shraddha for his father? Just for the sake of tradition. They will do it. To set the example. So they perform all prescribed activities just to set the example for the people in general. Radha Shampu's parents died. He also did not enter into the temple hall because his father told him, please follow that. So just for the sake of not unnecessarily creating disruption in the family and society. It's followed. But he's not having any kind of, why it is its role? Because if somebody is in a death and is dying, then he will be very morose. So he should not go in a morose mood in temple. But Radha Shampu is like, he's blissful. I mean, he is like not attached to all this. But still it following just because when his parents died, he did not enter temple hall for 13 years. So he doesn't need to. And not every brahmachari did that. Because their parents and tradition is not that strongly demanding it. So sometimes tradition will demand something. We do it, but without attachment. We are not attached to it. We depend on Krishna, but we are okay, fine, no problem. Our faith is not in that. Our faith is in Krishna. So when I go home also, my parents do some yatya. That is sometimes demigods also, this also. I sit there. I think it's all for Krishna. And I sit there. Because I don't want to disturb them. I participate in their thing. I also chant. But I'm not like, because if I do that, then they will become very disturbed. Very disturbed they become. So I don't want to disturb them. Like if parents are going to church, you can go to church, no problem. But we know that Krishna is the person who is Supreme God. So we know it. So we don't want to disturb someone's faith. It's fine. We can respect them. We can be part of that and come back. You understand? We don't want to like create unnecessary. We don't fight. That's all. Okay, we may not indulge in eating meat and all that. We can say, sorry, I refrain from it. I don't take it. Like when I went to church, they're giving the liquor. It's Jesus' blood. I went to that church just to be part of the service. Just I was curious to know. So there they were giving the bread, putting the liquor, and they were saying that this is Jesus' blood. You know that? They do it.
Yes, blood and body.
Yeah, so I did not do that because I know it's a liquor. I cannot eat it. I cannot drink it. Whatever their sentiments, fine, but I cannot drink that liquor. It's not my. So I refrain from it. But I just observe that, and they will respect it. That's what they want. So we will not involve in something which is compromising our principles. That will not be correct. Otherwise, we don't have to unnecessarily create a disruption. That will maturely deal with this situation. So it says, how can your daily work become devotional service, Gopal Prabhu?
Do everything in the service of Krishna. Like,
but how will you get that?
Your job, for example, you can do that for Krishna, like give your money to Krishna and all of that.
Yeah, if you get good grades, then.
Well, then I can go to a good college and I can eventually get a good job and then I can give that money.
Even when you get good grades, when somebody asks how do you got good grades, you can tell, oh, I am just chanting Hare Krishna. I follow Krishna, so I'm just
more focused.
Yeah, I'm more focused. I'm more disciplined. So you can also try. That is good preaching. Then it's okay. I will also chant. I'll see what it is. They become interested. People become interested. So we can preach like that. So we have to be relevant to the people. They should not think like we have become weird. Like I was thinking, suppose we stay in a building for the sake of preaching, then they may say the monk, that's fine. I'm a monk like that is okay. They can relate to me that I'm not so relatable to them. They can relate to me that I'm not like them. That's why they can relate to it because they can accept that he's monk. He's something. They will understand. But say you also behave like that. You don't study, you don't do that. Then they can ask. So you have to be like them, but internally you should be detached. You should not be enjoying like them. But you should, yeah, but you may act like when I was working, I also was making pant shirt, I was go teach. I do those things. When I took a monk like, then I'm not teaching physics and all. They're nothing to do with physics. right? So when you're given up, given up. But when you're in that world, you have to do it, but with detachment. That's not your, I mean, you are not attached to it. You just do it for the sake of duty. And that makes you relevant to them. That's why sometimes what monks may not be able to, make initial connection, but those who are living in this world, they can make the connection. Because they can relate to you. Oh, you're also studying, he's also studying. But how you're studying with such kind of peaceful life? Like when I was working, one boy would ask me, yeah, how are you people, how you have no strain? You don't worry about job, losing job, nothing, how you're so peaceful. And people ask this. You can tell, oh, I can't have this. Like, you understand? No? Sometimes, you're a monk, now, they're anyway going to be blissful because they don't have anything. But somebody struggling like me still is peaceful. So they can, so somebody is working, so hard, like me, but he's still situated very differently. That can attract. Yes, sometimes they may think, oh, monk, anyway, I understand, he's doing monk, so he's fine. I mean, I know he's doing a different life, so they may not relate sometimes, right? But for some people, this connection may work more. So sometimes you may attract certain souls to Krishna just by being one of them, sometimes. And then they can accept me as a monk, and then I can teach them more, and then can grow. So we can, have a collaboration there. And suppose you and my job is also important, because not somebody has to be monk also. That is also important, right? So some point of time, suppose you want to be monk also, you can do greater service also, because then you can relate to many householders and students, and then you can teach to many people. Like I've been trying to teach to so many people like that. I mean, at least I will try, so we are available to many people. So that is service at different level. But you can also do service to certain people. You understand? So wherever you're signed up, do it responsibly. And when you sign up for monk, then you can be monk. Then no problem. Then you're not obliged to be acting like them. Then as a monk, you don't have to study and show. I'm also not required. Then you can have another Scott, who can be like your. You understand? I'm just telling you one example. You get it? This is how it is. But everybody has to play his role, but without attachment. So we have to go for the last one because there's 4 minutes remaining. So although one is situated in Krishna consciousness may not have any interest in the world, say the last 3-4 lines of this paragraph. Although one who is situated in Krishna consciousness may not have any interest in the world, he still works to teach the public how to live and how to act. Experienced person in Krishna consciousness can act in such a way that others will follow. And this is explained in the following verse. Understand? Next verse. Yad yad atrati shreshthas tattadeva jana yatat pramanam kurute sayat pramanam kurute lokastad anuvartate. Read the translation.
Great men who warns common men follow, and whatever standards he sets by example, the word of
So what are the great man? The great man means, like, you become topper, you are a Shrestha. You become a big businessman, you become a Shrestha. So people will follow your example. If you are a devotee, then like George Harrison. George Harrison was a big man, and he became Hare Krishna. He started Hare Krishna. So many people took up Hare Krishna. So as a big man, if you are a Shrestha, and if you are living in this world, if you do a if you set a good example, then many people will follow you. It's important. So Yadya Dachakti Shrestha versus like that. So it's saying that Janaka attained perfection through dutiful action. The great leaders work for Lok Sangha. Leadership means responsibility and example. Krishna text next explain the power of personal example.
Require a leader who can teach the public by practical behavior. A leader cannot teach the public to stop smoking if he smokes himself. Lord Chaitanya said that a teacher who should behave properly before he began his teaching, one who teaches in a way is called Acharya, or the ideal teacher. Therefore, teachers must follow the principles of such scripture to teach the common. Teachers cannot manufacture rules against the principles of revealed scriptures. Revealed scriptures like
Manusami.
Similar ones are considered the standard books to be followed by human society. Thus, the leaders teaching should be based on the principles and standards, Shastra. One who desires to improve himself must follow the standard rules which they are practiced by the great teachers. The Srimad Bhagavatam. And also affirms that one should follow in the footsteps of great devotees, and that is the progress of the path of spiritual realization. The king or the executive head of state, the father and the school teacher are all considered to be natural leaders of the innocent people in general. All such natural leaders have a great responsibility to their.
About 2 minutes are remaining.
Therefore, they must be servants of standards both moral and spiritual purpose.
He says society naturally follows respected leaders. Therefore, leaders must act responsibly. One person's character influences many others. Parents, teachers, temple leaders, preachers teach more by conduct than by words. Personal example is the strongest preaching. Example is louder than instruction. Character is leadership. So leadership means what? Character and example. Okay, thank you so much, Hare Krishna, for your wonderful association. We can? Something getting clarified by this? Very good. You get more clarity?
Can I get that more clarity?
This one, which I'm